Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I think it's time to start. I guess some people online are waiting, so we are very happy to welcome you here in this Syrica session on biodiversity conservation in the Mediterranean. Today we will focus on the solutions to upscale EU biodiversity conservation policies. As you all know, this session has been organized in the framework of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community final event. So all the people that already attended the event in the last days, they all already know very well the project and some of the main achievements reached. But for the people who are joining just today for this Syrica session, I would like to remind a few information. The MBPC project community brings together over 350 actors from the Mediterranean region and Europe, and we will see in a few minutes also a video summarizing the main elements of the project, a very comprehensive project on biodiversity conservation. And I would like to remind also about a few particular information. Since this is a hybrid event, we have participants and speakers online and also some guest speakers here in presence with us. For all the online participants, please feel free to comment, ask questions in the chat, and we will try to address them and forward them also to our guest speakers. I also would like to remind about a few key elements which concern the policy development at the moment on matters related to biodiversity. As you all know, the European Commission in June 2022 published its proposal for a nature restoration law, which set an overarching target of restoring 20% of the EU land and sea area by 2030, and all ecosystems in need of restoration by 2050. So this is a very important moment for policy development in this direction, and since this regulation will really require member states to develop national restoration plans and will therefore influence public authorities at all governance levels, from regional, local to national and European, it's very important to talk about real experiences on the ground that have been developed by projects such as the MBPC project. Furthermore, in addition to this proposal of nature restoration law, you all know that there are other fundamental EU policies related to the marine environment which are nowadays under review and evaluation, such as the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which will be revised by 2023, and the Maritime Special Planning Directive, that was also the object of a recent report published in May 2022 by the European Commission. So with the event of today, which is organized in the framework of this series of events by the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community, we really would like to uptake the policy recommendations from the project and bring them into the political debate, and with the support of the Syrica Intergroup, in order to really focus on the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation into marine and maritime policies that I've just also mentioned briefly. We have a very dense agenda and very excellent speakers also with us today. So first I would like to give the floor to the project leader, Ms. Dania Abdul Malak, who is here with us. We will show a very introductory video to make everyone understand what is the project about, and then she will have the floor to give really key messages from the community and the policy recommendation that will be uptaken by the decision makers. So thank you very much, and yeah, we can share maybe the video. Thank you for our technicians as well.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you as well to everyone here. So it's a pleasure to be all together for one more day. Thank you to the Sciarica group. It has not been easy to manage all of this without Sciarica. That's another period, I would say, that the connection is really strong with this group, and I think it makes lots of sense to build also this broader community. So yeah, from my side, I want to just let you know that today we will have the morning session that is closely done with Sciarica Group, and that is really a policy uptake session that we will have, and it will be followed up by lunch, and after lunch we will have a transferability session, and that is also thanks to this great collaboration we have with the NECBC project, the program, and the NCERES project that has been also collaborating to make also part of this event. Yes, and from there I have a presentation to give, so maybe I could have my slides. Thank you for that. So as I mentioned yesterday, for the ones that were here, as a final delivery of MBPC, and after, of course, the presentations yesterday on the need for this transformative change to happen, the final product, I would say, that we ended up shaping and producing is a policy paper mainly focusing on what transformative change we need to do in order to really reach the objectives that we have been putting for decades and never reaching. So we have a policy paper. I think the participants have received it. And we have also an executive summary that I think was also something that you have received. If not, I'm not sure if there are few copies of the executive summary for you to check. Anyway, I will be very briefly mentioning a bit what are the main highlights of this executive summary. So what we did is mainly, yes, if we could go a slide, please, further, or can I do that myself? Maybe I can, right? Yes, yeah, okay. Back. Okay. So the policy paper, it's towards a nature-positive future in the Mediterranean. And what we have done is that we have gone into the different, I would say, intergovernmental goals, targets for nature and sustainability in the Mediterranean and in Europe, and we crossed them with how much they have a potential to add or to support the climate change objectives, building on the Paris Agreement. So it's not for you to read what is in there, it's more to see that from here to 2050, we have been analyzing the most relevant policies, and we tried to build a table that you can see in the policy paper about how much of the goals and strategies that we have could help reaching also the climate adaptation and mitigation targets. And the main message here is that in order to reach a nature-positive situation by 2030, certainly slowing warming to 1.5 degrees would need to rely on lots on what we do in terms of restoring, conserving, and preserving our ecosystems. So the business as usual, as you can see, is a no-go. But in case we want to really do this conservation effort, it will help slowing the warming on the one side and inducing this transformative change that we all need and urgently need, especially in the Mediterranean, as we said yesterday. So certainly part of that is to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees. And certainly the situation that we are in is linked to these short-term gains and to the narrow set of market values of nature. And that was a discussion we had also yesterday in the final session. And certainly in order to achieve this nature-positive goal by 2030, we would need to really reverse this climate loss, to reduce the impacts and to restore nature. So in order to reach really a nature-positive goal, it will really support the climate agenda, and this is a bit the analysis we did. It will support the SDGs and can generate an additional and significant environmental, social, and economic benefits. And from the MBPC, if I can change. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is not working very well yet. So, the message is that there is time now for decisive action, and that's a bit the message of this community. So we need to really go into very targeted and long-term goals. So what we did is that we worked closely with the results of the global assessment that was done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, or IPBES, to get what are the major transformative change that have been resulting from their huge global assessment worldwide, and we try to adapt that to the reality of the Mediterranean. And here's some messages. So climate change and biodiversity are connected, and through their better integration in policies and management, the full potential of nature to support climate action could be leveraged at the same time as reserving the decline of biodiversity. So we need to work hand in hand in the two agendas. Therefore, there is a call for greater ambitions and actions to bend the curve, and urgent ones, of biodiversity loss and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that was also a very important message from session 1 yesterday. And it is time for urgent and far-reaching actions. We need to have leadership and cooperation to build the agenda, a common agenda for climate and biodiversity, and to build an agenda that is transforming things in order to reach this nature-positive target. And in order to support this nature-positive vision, we need to coordinate efforts, and that came also in many messages from yesterday's sessions, and also to induce local actions for scaling up investments, and that was the last session yesterday, that it was not very clear how to scale up investments. That needs lots of capacity building in that sense, in order to invest mainly in biodiversity conservation and sustainable use and restoration of ecosystems. So there's lots of work for regional multi-stakeholder dialogues to help establish a roadmap for transformation and to build a nature-positive economy that reflects the value of Mediterranean nature in all decision-making. And then there's lots of work also at all societal actors and all societal levels, multi-stakeholder platforms, at the regional level, at the local level, in cities, that can and should contribute to this transformational change for biodiversity and for climate. So we have defined 4 main pathways forward for the Mediterranean that are interlinked, and each of them has several levers and overarching priority actions that are needed to bring this critical change across the region. So you could see the main key levers for transformation include a real leadership, lots of management and cooperation, action-oriented steps, adaptation, resilience, and transformational actions, incentives and compensations, lots of capacity building, especially towards the investing in nature, and policies and laws that integrate more the 2 agendas together, the climate and the biodiversity one. So very briefly, the first transformation, it's about meeting climate goals while maintaining nature and nature's contribution to people. And there the main or key response actions that were defined are really scaling up and implementing climate ambition to help steer a more sustainable recovery, to invest and to develop a more coordinated and integrated approach to Mediterranean nature-based solutions, and to still close key knowledge gaps on the blue carbon ecosystems for conservation. I will not go more in depth in how many options we have, because what we did is that we linked the solutions that come from the MBPC community to these key response actions, and that is very detailed in the report itself, but we don't have time to go through that. But those were like the key, I would say, recommended response actions for that transformation to take place. The second transformation is about conserving and restoring nature while contributing positively to human well-being, or more, identifying the ecosystem services that are linked to the important ecosystem functions that we need to reestablish. And there, the key response actions that have been recommended is mainly to work on designing and implementing a stronger set of policies to end nature loss. From our community, it's more the support on the coastal and marine initiatives, which promote restoration, recovery, and enhancement and resilience, but also that needs to go ideally hinterland as well. It cannot stay only for the coastal and the marine environments. And again, for the marine environment, it's to rebuild the marine megafauna, which means reducing all the pressures that megafauna is subjected to in the Mediterranean. The third transformation is about balancing food provision from the sea and land with nature protection in a changing climate. That is positive for human well-being as well. And there, the key response actions are mainly to set up comprehensive plans for the management of small-scale fisheries within and around marine protected areas. That is very important because this is where the fuzzy, I would say, areas for small-scale fisheries happen, lots of competition, and it is a cultural asset that needs more attention in the Mediterranean. Also to transform agricultural and aquacultural production and food demand. And the fourth transformation, it's about building a stronger nature-positive economy in the Mediterranean. And there, the key response actions are about incorporating climate-smart and land-sea integrated management in local plans. And we have heard about excellent examples in the first session yesterday. And an increase of the private investment, the private sector commitment to climate action and directly investing through nature conservation. So not only climate as a focus, but investing in nature conservation and restoration to induce a climate positive effect. And also we have identified some cross-cutting key recommendations or recommended response actions in order to induce these transformations, being the promotion of Mediterranean value of nature, something that is not very much highlighted and needs a better attention, mainstreaming the use of available tools and scaling them up, mainly the local successful initiatives and the best practices, and we heard lots of transferable best practices yesterday. And to support increased cooperation between north and south in the Mediterranean, but also south and south in the Mediterranean, between governmental and non-governmental actors at different levels, mainly to focus on more ecosystem conservation actions. Mainly in order to ensure success, so in order for this to be really implemented, we need to really shift towards these transformational pathways. It is urgent and it is a priority for sustainable development in every country across the whole Mediterranean region. The transformation strategies need to be time-bound, so we need to set really the time for them to happen, and they really need to be quantitative. There need to be complementary and integrated set of actions at different levels or from different levels of government, civil society, science, and business. So there is a real need for this cooperation, which comes in the title of our final event. And there is a need for collective action, political leadership, cooperation, and financing that will help move a little closer towards these transformations. That's it from my side. I hope it's some food for thought for our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dania, for this comprehensive presentation of the project. Without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Elodie Nund, Executive Secretary of CPMR Inter-Mediterranean Commission, and she will introduce the first session, which is on area-based nature conservation actions and the review of marine and maritime EU policies. So thank you very much, Elodie, for joining us today, and well, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. Thank you for having us also. On behalf of CPMR, we are partners of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community. So we've been following, also working with the regions, the development of the project and the links and the different initiatives that the regions have been developing also within the community. And we were very happy to have reached this stage of advancement of the community. And well, I would like to also congratulate everyone for all the good job done. So for this session, we will be addressing a bit this nature restoration law that came out. We have a panel coming from the institutions, so thank you for being with us as well. And the format will be more or less the same questions for all of you, so we can hear a bit the perspective from your different directorates that you represent. We have notably as a first speaker, Laurent Markovitch from the Directorate General for Environment of the European Commission. So, Laurent, thank you for being with us. Could you tell us a bit more about how this law proposal could be effectively applied regarding the transition for conservation, the restoration, and the wise use of biodiversity throughout Europe? Could you tell us a bit more about the transformation that we could foresee at European level by 2030? And lastly, in the reflections on this law, there are already some possible barriers that we have in mind and that we should overcome. So from the perspective of your directorate. Thank you.
Thank you, Elodie. I think there's a slight misunderstanding here because I was expecting to deliver a keynote speech. So I did not prepare for those questions, to be honest. So how should we do it? Should you speak to the next speaker? Because
would you like to answer the questions as well?
I was not prepared for this, to be honest.
So just go with your speech then.
Okay. Should I go to the...
Sure.
Sorry for that. Huh?
No worries.
Okay. Sorry for this. This is not what I expected to start with, but I think it's fine. Thank you for inviting our Director General, Florica Finhoyer, to deliver this keynote speech. Unfortunately, she's not able to come and talk to you today, so she asked me to deliver it on her behalf. I would first like to thank the organizers, the member of Syrica Intergroup, the member of MBPC, Elodie as well, and the members of CPMR, all the representatives in the room and online. From all around the Med, local authorities, the Plan Bleu, Barcelona Convention, Union for the Med, the scientific community, the NGOs, and also my colleagues from the Commission. So I'm myself a marine biologist coming from the Med region, so that's natural to say that the Mediterranean Sea is a subject that is very dear to me. So you probably spoke about the tribal crisis yesterday, the war in Ukraine. Of course, they affect all regions in the world, but some of them are more affected than others. And that's clearly the case for the Mediterranean region. And the day before yesterday, by the way, a report from the World Meteorological Organization showed that temperatures in Europe increase more than twice the global average. So it gives this region, and especially Europe, a particular stake and responsibility. So this is what we observe. What do we need to do? We need action. When do we need it? We need it now, because time is not on our side. And the scientists tell us that we have a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to slow the climate and crisis biodiversity crisis and secure a livable future for us, for our species on this planet. And I repeat that. A brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity. So time is for action. And this crisis called for a transformative change and a green transition, and that was already discussed by the first speaker. But that's not enough. We need something that leaves no one behind. And this is exactly the purpose of the European Green Deal, with initiatives such as Farm to Fork, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the Fit for 55 and the Climate Law, the Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, but also research focus such as Mission Ocean and initiatives on nature-based solutions. So I want to reassure you that all the Commission services are on the deck to deliver the Green Deal vision of a transformative change. So that may sound like nice talk, but nothing concrete. So I will go a bit more concrete with examples. We have two flagship initiatives under the Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, and they both apply to land and to sea. So the first one was already introduced by Barbara before. That's the proposal for nature restoration law. That's for one. And the second one is about enlarging the Natura 2000 network to protect 30% of the EU's territory by 2030, of which 1/3 protected, strictly protected. And I'm sure you discussed that yesterday and the day before yesterday. So for the marine part, this will be complemented by the upcoming Commission's action plan to conserve fisheries resources and protect marine ecosystems. And last but not least, but Barbara also introduced this point before, we are in the process of reviewing the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So let me dwell a bit more on the nature restoration law first. Barbara already discussed that before, but our ambition here is to ensure a long-term recovery of our natural capital through the restoration of ecosystems, and Article 5 of the proposal is exactly about marine environment. So concretely speaking, by 2030 we want restoration measures to cover 20% of the EU's land and sea, and by 2050 we want measures to be put in place gradually for all ecosystems in need of restoration. So that will be in steps. First in 2030, 30% of those ecosystems, 60% by 2040, and all of them by 2050. So for the marine environment, we have selected habitat types that sustain most marine life and contribute best to climate mitigation. That's in line, of course, with the Nature Directive and directives and the MSFD. And on the institutional side, we have started presenting the proposal to the co-legislators, so that means the Council and the European Parliament. And we really hope as a Commission to achieve good progress and finalize discussion within this mandate, which means still in 2024. So, of course, once we have restored areas, they need to be protected. Otherwise, the effort would be in vain. So this is exactly what we want. By 2030, we want MPAs to cover at least 30% of the EU seas, of which at least 10% strictly protected. And let me remind you that it's not only a Commission target, it's also a political target, and all the EU member states subscribed to it unanimously in October 2020 in the Council conclusions. So now a few words about the MSFD, the Marine Strategy Framework Directives. We had initially planned to revise the directive by next year, so 2023, because that's what the directive says. But actually we prefer to favor quality over speed. We prefer to make sure that all stakeholders have their say, and we are conscious that, of course, the policy and political context is very much changing as we speak. The Repower EU initiative, the nature restoration law, the difficult international context and so on. This is why we decided to focus on the evaluation under this mandate, under this Commission, and we will work on the revision under next mandate. But I can already share with you the preliminary results of the evaluation, and it's good news because they confirm the added value of the MSFD. For instance, the directive and the reporting obligation have stimulated a collection of vast quantities of data, including in areas which were little known previously. For example, underwater noise or marine litter. And of course, that's high in the agenda now. And this has also created opportunities for new research initiatives. But the other preliminary results also show that the revision, so that the next step and the next mandate should focus on 5 particular points, which are better implementation for better results, coherence with other legislation protecting the marine environment, and I think probably Céline will discuss this with MSP and the CFP. The third point is regional coordination, because member states acting in isolation would not reach the result we expect under the MSFD. The fourth point is improving data collection even further. And the fifth point is reducing complexity to achieve better and more concrete results. So, of course, you could say, yeah, okay, this is nice, paperwork, initiatives, commission speaking, and so on. That's partly true. But we need the money. We need to see the money. And you're absolutely right. And I have good news for you there. Because in line with the biodiversity target and under the multi-annual financial framework, the EU will invest 7.5% of its budget in biodiversity in 2024, and this will rise to 10% in 2026 and 2027. And 10% of a big pot is still a big pot. So this will concern all EU funding instruments, and we are working on leveraging further private money to support our delivery of the Green Deal. And you could think, okay, you will give money, so what about the results? And why should the private sector give money? But it's not a dream. The private sector can also find its interest in there. And for example, a 2019 study showed that for every 1,000 euros you spent on improving MPA management in the Med, so that's very concrete for your community, you can generate up to 13,000 euros of benefits within 10 years. And I'm pretty sure you know about the study. So, of course, we need action at the EU level, but it also needs to be rooted in local reality. And your Interreg project ticks very many boxes for that. It aims at improving networking and management inside and outside protected areas. It puts together EU and third countries actors, but also private and public partners. So we think that's exactly what's needed to achieve progress. Okay, we need to act at the EU level. We need to act at the local level. But we also need to act local and think global. So the EU and the member states share the high ambition of transforming the way we interact with the planet, and we will push for high ambition and high results at the ongoing COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh on climate, and the upcoming COP15 on the CBD in Montreal at the end of the year. And for COP15, I would like to recall that the EU will push for the so-called 30 by 30 target, which means 30% of MPAs globally by 2030. I would like to finish my speech with another concrete example of regional cooperation, and it serves well the citizens around the Med Basin. As you probably know, in 2022, the Med countries and the EU jointly requested the IMO, so that's in the International Maritime Organization, to designate the Med as a sulfur emission control area, the so-called MECSECA, to protect both human health and the environment from ship air pollution. And next month, in December, we expect the IMO to finalize this 10-year work under the Barcelona Convention and adopt the MECSECA protected area. And we believe that the MECSECA will bring green reputation to the region. And it means that we expect it to attract investment and facilitate access to EU funds, such as the European Investment Bank and the EU Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So the funding could cover many policies, of course, such as ship emissions, decarbonization, transition, clean and healthy environment for the Med, regional cohesion, transport, innovation funds, you name it. I think this is actually good news for the region and for the members of MedCities which are with us today, whether in the room or online. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I see in the room a wide array of local, international actors, and as the video said from the previous speakers, we are stronger together and we can make a difference. And we really believe in that at the Commission. We have no magic wand, however, but we have a vision and a will. And where is the will? There's a path. So we need action, and we need it now. And we count on you to continue working together and with us to deliver this vision and provide a better future for the Med and for the EU and the countries in the southern basin of the Mediterranean. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful discussion for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laurent, for this. Well, you did touch upon some of the points of the question, so it was just to introduce your speech, not necessarily questions per se. But thank you for that. You will need to leave, so feel free whenever you need to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Eduardo Carcajeiro from the Directorate General for Innovation, Research and Innovation of the European Commission. So, same thing, Eduardo. You have, the session is on the area-based nature conservation actions and the review of the policies. So, if you could give us a bit an overview of what you are doing in your directorate, and maybe some perspectives for the coming years to the horizon of 2030, and what we can expect in terms of actions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the concrete questions. I will try to address. And I'll start by thanking the organization, the joint organization of this event, the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community and European Parliament Intergroup, the CIRICA, for inviting us, the LC Planet Directorate and the LC Oceans and Seas Unit in the GRNI. Well, let's start by putting my first slide. Where should I point? Well, okay. Well, the European Green Deal is the European Commission's roadmap, which sets clear steps over the next years for Europe to become climate neutral by 2050, as you know. This approach reflects the ambition of the Green Deal, connecting with regions and member states' national objectives in energy, transition, climate change mitigation and adaptation, pollution, natural resources and biodiversity, aquaculture, fisheries, food, transport and mobility, education and research thematic areas. Well, in the Med Sea Basin region, there is ongoing cooperation and cross-border initiatives, which have been largely supported through EU funding synergies. Many projects in the Med region have received funding from research and innovation programs such as FP6, FP7, Horizon 2020, and lately the Horizon Europe. Higher education through Erasmus+, regional cooperation through Interreg, to capacity development and cross-border cooperation programs through EMFF. In research and innovation, the main objective of these synergies have been the mobilization of underexploited R&I potential, the improvement of excellence, the reduction of innovation divide, the boost of stronger R&I ecosystems, the reduction of the divide, the successful green and digital transition, while addressing common challenges and shared solutions across the Union and partner countries. The Commission published in July this year a new guidance document on synergies between Horizon Europe and the European Regional Development Fund programs. this is quite relevant. And I would like to highlight, for example, the attractive possibility for cumulative funding. Cumulative funding meaning that an operation, a project, receives support from more than one fund, program or instrument for the same item or expenditure. Cumulative funding can allow up to 100% of a synergy project to be funded from the use. We take the opportunity to invite regional and national managing authorities to explore further possibilities for concrete synergies between Horizon Europe and the Interreg program, and we look forward to collaborating with them. Well, the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030 stands at the heart of the European Green Deal, and it fully addresses the Sustainable Development Goals, namely the SDG 14, Life Below Water. The objective of the mission is to restore by 2030 the health of our ocean and waters. In a nutshell, this means to protect and restore marine and freshwater biodiversity and ecosystems, eliminate pollution, and make the blue economy carbon neutral and circular. The mission looks at the whole water system from rivers to the seas and oceans. To support the mission objective, two cross-cutting enablers will be enhanced: the digital ocean and water knowledge system and the broad public mobilization and engagement. The mission has set up 4 mission lighthouses at basin scale: the Mediterranean Sea, the Baltic and North Sea, the Danube River Basin, and the Atlantic-Arctic Ocean Basin. Well, the EU Horizons Europe program supports the rolling out of the mission lighthouses. Each lighthouse is linked to one of the 3 objectives of the mission and has specific targets as outlined in the mission implementation plan. For instance, the Mediterranean Lighthouse aims at preventing and eliminating pollution of our oceans, seas and waters. The focus will be on plastic pollution, agricultural pollution, nutrients, the urban and industrial pollution, chemicals, whilst other sources of pollution such as pharmaceuticals and noise will be subsequently be addressed. With the 2030 horizon, we target to prevent and eliminate pollution by reducing plastic litter at sea, nutrient losses and use of chemical pesticides by 50%. Several other actions and initiatives happen across basins as well. The mission supports research and innovation to establish waste-free rivers, smart and sustainable fishing gears, community-driven ocean farming, protection and restoration of natural lakes, welcoming the establishment of nature-based solutions and nature-inclusive concepts and designs. The EU Blue Parks initiative is an action within Objective 1 of the mission management, supporting the creation and full management of the marine protected areas and other effective conservation areas in oceans, seas and coastal areas, incorporating marine habitats and ecosystem protection and restoration, biodiversity modeling and monitoring, supporting sustainable economic activities. The initiative is closely linked with the EU Biodiversity Strategy 2030, the Natura 2000 Network, the EU Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and the Sustainable Blue Economy Strategy. It addresses an EU-wide aligned response to the triple helix problem: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, thus contributing from local to European and global scale in a high-return R&I agenda. The mission Ocean and Waters is rooted in Horizon Europe, the European framework for research and innovation, which, with an overall total budget of more than 19 billion euros of funding available over the 7 years up till 2027. This provides many opportunities for researchers, regional and local authorities, the business sector, and the citizens to join efforts to develop innovative solutions to safeguard our marine and freshwater resources and to exploit the social economic potential of the sea basins in a sustainable way. So far, we have launched a first set of calls for proposals for research and innovation projects in the marine and maritime domains, with a total budget of around 2030 million euros. We emphasize the importance of the link with the CSAs, mainly in this case with the MED CSAs, and the different events we are organizing in the different sea basins. For instance, we are organizing a joint event with the ports authorities for the next 15th of November. Other relevant initiatives we are co-launching is the new public partnership on sustainable blue economy, the SPEP. The SPEP will kick off next January in Rome, aiming at delivering knowledge and solutions to make the blue economy sustainable and ensure that its benefits are distributed fairly by aligning national, regional, and EU R&I priorities and bringing together science, industry, governance, and society. However, we know that this is not enough to really influence the scale of the challenge we are facing. We all need to strengthen cooperation, align efforts, and achieve critical mass under the massive biodiversity loss and the current climate change pressures. So we have launched the Mission Charter. The Charter is accessible online and open to any public or private interest. I therefore invite and encourage you all to join by submitting actions and initiatives that contribute to restoring our blue planet. I also ask the audience to spread the info on the Charter and the importance to adhering to it among your stakeholders. In more detail, how you can contribute through research and innovation actions by mobilizing your programs, instruments and resources for the healthy ocean and waters and the sustainable blue economy. Second, through evidence-based knowledge and data by generating, using and sharing sound knowledge and data in marine, maritime and biodiversity in line with our FAIR principles and feeding our ocean and waters knowledge system. Third, through upscaling, deployment and replication of solutions, supporting well-functioning innovation ecosystem and its different components like finance, investment, infrastructure, talents, regulations. Through outreach by public mobilization and engagement, promoting involvement with citizen-led and youth initiatives, ocean literacy, awareness raising and participatory approaches. Last but not least, through education and training so that new generations respect the sea and the ocean while working and living in harmony with nature. Just to update what I was saying on the next events we are dealing with the mission on 15 November with the Ports Association, on 24th and 25th on the Atlantic Arctic Lighthouse, dedicated event in Cork, then other events we are organizing. But please feel free to contact us so that we can also elaborate more on your needs, and we share also the information with the mission secretariat. Well, the last message, of course, the sea and the great unifier is man's only hope. Now, as ever before, the old phrase has a literal meaning. We are all in the same boat, said Jacques-Yves Cousteau. This phrase is repeated over and over, and we should really be thinking of the ocean and the seas in a different approach in a different level. I thank you. You can always come back with any question to us or the LC Oceans and Sea Unit at DG RNI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, for this contribution. So you were presenting in the end the tool that we can use also to contribute to the restoration of oceans and seas. And so we are also very happy as CPMR to be part of some of the projects entering into this initiative, especially the CSAs and the lighthouses. So we very much look forward to be able to mobilize our community of regions to be able to contribute to that end. And I'm sure that people from the Mediterranean biodiversity protection community also look forward to be able to contribute to it. So thank you for this. Our next speaker is Mrs. Céline Franck from the Directorate General of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries of the European Commission. Well, same questions. Could you tell us maybe a bit more about the MSFD and the revision of MSFD? Thank you.
Thank you, Elodie. Thank you for having me today with you. Actually, I will speak more about the maritime spatial planning, but I will mention MSFD, and I think my colleague Laurent also introduced a bit the next steps for the revision. So I will not go too much into the details of that. I'm from the unit in DG Mare that deals with maritime spatial planning and the blue economy sectors. So I want mostly to present what are the links between nature conservation and maritime spatial planning, how it can be a tool to increase this protection, this restoration that we need, and the targets that we have from the European Green Deal that were mentioned already. So for those who are a bit less familiar with maritime spatial planning, this is the general framework. So we have an EU directive on maritime spatial planning since 2014, with a first year of full implementation by member state in 2021, so last year. We have also different funding instruments dedicated to MSP, so notably through the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. We have a specific EU MSP platform with a website where we share all information, technical support and assistance to member states also that can be provided through that, studies, recommendation, and guidance on how to carry out the planning of our seas. We have a specific expert group on MSP at EU level. And internationally, we collaborate with IOC UNESCO on MSP Global, and we have a specific roadmap that we are actually going to update this month in Barcelona, so through the MSP Forum that will happen this month on the 19th and 20th of November. Just a few words about the directive. So its main objectives are the sustainable development of the maritime sectors, but through an ecosystem-based approach. So there is a big focus on promoting coexistence between activities that happen at seas, but also with nature protection and restoration. So in their plans, member states have to take into account land-sea interactions, using the best available data and involving stakeholders. So there is a whole stakeholder consultation process ahead of making the plans and also for reviewing those plans, since many member states now have a plan and are at the stage of reviewing it. And there is a strong component of transboundary collaboration and cooperation as well, to have coherent plans at sea basin level as well. So this means also in the Met collaborating with third countries. And how are we doing now with implementing this directive? So as I said, last year was the first year of full implementations. The good news is that, the EU is the most advanced in maritime spatial planning in the world. All member states have transposed the directive in their national laws, and all member states have now a specific authorities in charge of maritime spatial planning. Now there are still progress to be made. Some member states are a bit late in adopting their actual plans, so we're still waiting for 7 plans, most in the Mediterranean actually. So there are still efforts to be made. And the other thing now that has to be really better reflected in those plans is the objective of the Green Deals. And we mentioned the restoration objectives, the biodiversity protection objective. They're all area-based, so this should be really appearing on the maps of MSP. And so just to show you an example of what it looks like on a map. This is in the Baltic because so far that's the most, well, let's say, most advanced sea basins with the North Sea in maritime spatial planning. And through our European Marine Observation and Data Network, we are actually compiling all the data from the national plans and putting them together. So there I did a small close-up on the Polish coast, where you can see just selecting 3 activities. And in darker green, this is zones for nature protection. In lighter green, this is zones for aquaculture. And in gray, light blue-gray, I don't know how it appears for you there, it's the areas that are planned for offshore renewable energy production. So you can see that there is coexistent plans, and yeah, this is quite a good example of how to make different activities happen together in the same spot or next to each other. So in the Med, we had a very good project on MSP that just finished last month. It was between 6 member states, lasted 32 months, and it was really to increase this cooperation on maritime spatial planning and also to support national plans, but going further, also collaborating, as I said, with third countries. So there were a series of workshops with Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, notably, to help them as well planning their seas and have this coherent vision for the Mediterranean Sea. One of the concrete outcomes of this project, it was a submission by 3 countries, so Italy, France, Monaco, of a particularly sensitive sea area to the IMO. So this will be quite a large area for protection of cetacean with specific measures on reduction of boat speeds, for example. So there were really concrete results also linked to biodiversity protection through this project, which was focusing obviously on maritime spatial planning. So what's next? As I already mentioned, we want really maritime spatial planning to become a tool for these objectives of the EU Green Deal, which are very much area-based, and this has to appear in the sea as well. So that's one thing. And on the side of the Commission, well, we will obviously continue to support maritime spatial planning projects. We're launching 3 new cross-border projects in November, this month or the next. And in addition to that, there are specific Horizon Europe projects that really make this link between MSP and MPAs in the Med. So we see this community is really helping to make these connections and these synergies between nature protection, planning, and this is also something that we're looking at in the review of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. It's really the coherence, how to increase this coherence between the 2 directives, so with the MSP directive. And so as I mentioned, we have a good MSP community in the Med already. And we have with your project, I think, some interesting results that can be used in planning the seas. And we want to go a step further in terms of stakeholder involvements. As I said, there were quite extensive consultation of stakeholders at national level. we want to look also at more regional sea basin level, how to increase this cooperation. And one of the action of our new approach for sustainable blue economy that we published in 2021 was to create a blue forum for the users of the sea. So again, keeping in mind this need to make different sectors collaborate and speak more together and make them real actors of this planning for the seas. So we're going to launch this blue forum next year. I really invite you to express interest already to participate. I think the MBPC community is really relevant in that sense. And yeah, obviously, as the Commission, we're going to closely monitor progress in implementing the directive and help sharing data. So I've shown what eModNet can do, and we want to increase also this sharing of data through eModNet and make them as much as possible publicly available. So we're also working with the different sectors already to have their data, for example, maritime transport or offshore renewables, how they can feed us with their data from the environmental impact assessment, for example, and from their monitoring, and how we can share better this data between sea basins to improve our knowledge as well. So I think that's it for me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Céline, for this. I liked the last points you highlighted about the implication of the various sectors and the fact that you're also in touch with them. It's always something we encourage, of course, to have the integrated way of working. So very good. And yeah, regarding also the link between the policies and the directives, MSP, MSFD, and of course that would feed and enter into the implementation or the elaboration of this restoration law for nature as well. So very good. Thank you. Our next speaker is online, Tatiana Hema from the United Nations Environmental Programme and the Mediterranean Action Plan coordinator. Tatiana, thank you for being with us. Nice to see you. So could you tell us a bit more about what you've been developing on your side?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You hear me. Thank you very much, Elodie. Thank you very much for invitation, Dani, and the project team. I'm very pleased to be with you today, and my apologies. Unfortunately, I could not make it to come in person to meet all with you and to share from very close the excellent outcome of this project and also the work that we have undertaken with this project through the involvement of several regional activity of UNEDMA. From our side, I'm sure that you have heard that we had a very substantive meeting of the contracting parties held in last December in Antalya, Turkey, and we undertook very important decision, and we are working now for their implementation. I'm not expanding on what we have heard from the colleagues from the Commission, that we are very optimistic to have the SECA approved in December at the IMO bodies. We are working very hard to deliver the quality status report from our side, hopefully based in more data than the one that was delivered in 2017. We are working very closely with our contracting parties through MAP components in order to make sure that this report is prepared on time and would open a new perspective, collect evidence for necessary measures and correction to be taken to achieve or maintain good environmental status. You may be aware that we have also approved a very important strategic action program to conserve biodiversity, and these are in this strategic document, there are very important targets that the Mediterranean already committed to the 30 by 30 target, and we expect to organize some important events at the next CBD meeting in order to bring the voice of the Mediterranean and the commitment of the region to the global agenda. We are working now currently on preparing a resource mobilization strategy, and it is very important for us because this commitment is also required requires, in addition to capacity building and but also investment, and we believe that still there is a need for some external support that should be strong in contributing to the process of the implementation and also of the strategy on marine protected areas and area-based management. With regard to the other priorities that we are undertaking at this stage is that we are supporting our countries in implementing 3 legally binding instruments that have been also adopted at the last meeting of the contracting parties. And I'm going to mention the first one on marine litter because it happened at a time when there is very strong agenda and the global negotiation are ongoing. And we do really believe that the regional seas with their contribution and the Mediterranean, OSPAR, HELCOM and all European regional seas, as well as the others, they really can contribute to make sure that the global negotiation, they do take into account the full cycle and the minimization or to leave pollution and litter-free legacy in the Mediterranean, at least for our side, but also for the other regional seas. We also adopted the regional plan, legally binding measures on wastewater treatment plan, which is very important also based on what the colleague from the Commission said with regard to the zero pollution document that has been approved by the European Union. And another regional plan or regulatory measure that we have taken is on the sludge management coming from wastewater treatment plan. So all those documents have entered into force and our work is focusing on supporting our countries towards implementation because we all know that definitely taking the right measures, defining and agreeing on the right policies is also very important, but implementation is equally important, and this is what we are focusing at this stage. Now, let me share some consideration about the project. In fact, I would have loved that our colleague Christos, who is our pillar on marine litter, to say some words about the revision of the regional plan on marine litter, and we are very proud about it because we feel that the commitment made, the new elements included, they really show the way forward, and we are very keen in leading by example. Why not the Mediterranean with regard to the marine litter? But I would like to give some consideration about the project that you have undertaken and how and what could be done that there is an interaction that would allow the project to deliver based on the priorities that we have, but also from our side to contribute to the extent possible and to benefit from the outcome of this project. And if you allow me, very briefly, I can say some of the elements. First of all, I would like to congratulate all partners for the delivery of very interesting results. I want to congratulate Dania in particular because she has been so close to us, very supportive, very strong communication. I believe that this should be the way among all projects and the institutions like Mediterranean Action Plan, Barcelona Convention is in order to support each other, to optimize synergies and to enhance complementarity. The project has developed a number of tools which are quite important, and I have recommended the team of MAP that has participated and contributed to the process after this workshop and maybe a little bit later to sit down with the project team and to see exactly how we can further benefit and use the outcome of those projects in our own work, but also what we could offer from our side in order to make sure that this kind of partnership, mobilization of resources and extra work continue for the benefit of our region. Now, if you allow me, of course there are some tools, but I have Christos here. If you allow me just to give him the floor to explain a little bit some of the elements of the regional plan and to elaborate a little bit more from the technical point of view of potential areas of further strengthening our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Also from my side, I hope that you can hear me well and clear. Further to Tatiana's intervention, I would like to say a few quick words about the updated regional plan, which was mandated, which was adopted during the 22nd meeting of the contract parties of the Barcelona Convention. it includes a series of new principles and measures addressed by, which are addressed through the updated regional plan. Many of them touch upon elements of circular economy. However, many of them are very, very relevant to the work that your community is doing. It's related to the biodiversity, the MPAs, and the specially protected areas around the Mediterranean, the SPAMIs. So there is, and also quite significant elements on marine litter associated with activities that are undertaken at sea, like the fishing activities and aquaculture. The advances, our work, and the link of the regional plan is very closely held with the global agenda and the global commitments focusing on marine litter. Certainly the UNEA resolutions and the recent UNEA 5.2 resolution about the global treaty, and most of our work and the work around the globe is focusing on this. The GPML, the IMO and the Basel Convention, and certainly the EU policies, as have been very nicely introduced from the previous interventions. I would like to spend few minutes on the regional cooperation platform, where MBPC, and in particular through the contribution of ETC UMA, which is member of the platform, have joined forces on a voluntary basis on an open-ended group of regional and international partners with mandates and activities contributing to the environmental sound management of marine litter. We have a new joint work plan which was adopted in 2021, and we have particularly took note that there is a particular interest of your community to contribute in the identification of accumulation of hotspots of marine litter at sea. And this is one of the main projects that your project has delivered, and it's of great interest for us, like the preparation of the maps and the dissemination of practical tools such as greening practices and information for entrepreneurs, businesses, civil society organizations, and administrations to effectively tackle marine litter problem, with very specific examples that could be that should and could come from your project and your community. Just to let you know that in terms of the process of the platform, a new meeting is going to be organized in spring 2023, where we will have the opportunity to review the implementation of the joint work plan in a very thorough and detailed way. When it comes to future perspectives and future way and the way forward, we would like to stick to address or to highlight two main elements. One comes from the pollution to solution report that has been prepared by UNEP at large, which is about the establishment of informatics and harmonized monitoring frameworks. When it comes to monitoring these elements of marine litter on biodiversity, these elements are very important to have a harmonized approach. We have been working very much as a system, as UNEP MAP, and we have developed a big framework and guidelines for ingestion and entanglement of marine turtles, and the product that all the deliverables and products that are of relevance certainly are of great importance for us. And one last point is that within the development of the IMAP candidate indicator 24, we're now working in updating the baseline values and establishing threshold values. Actually, we have baseline values already established in 2016, and now we're updating, and we would like to establish also threshold values at regional and, if possible, at sub-regional level. And now, if this is the right time, if MBPC community could contribute with relevant data, that please let us know, and we would be very happy to include them in this process. Thank you very much, and I give back the floor to our coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatiana and Christos. I don't know, Tatiana, if you're still with us, or if you would like to add some concluding words. If not, then thank you for your presentation and the intervention. Thank you also for answering our questions. It gives us some ideas on how to collaborate in the future together and keep collaborating from building from the achievements of the community. So it's very optimistic, and I think we have good avenues to work together in the coming years. So thank you for that again, and for the good work. We have now a small round of feedback from other representatives from other organizations. The first of which is Mr. François Guerquin, who is the director of Plan Bleu, which is the regional activity center of the Mediterranean Action Plan. So, François, thank you so much for being with us. Could you give us, on the basis of what you've heard from the previous speakers, could you give us some hints of your works and your perspective on what has been presented? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elodie, and sorry not to be able to be with you today, but Plan Bleu has been an active member of the MBPC community, and we are represented by Arnaud in Brussels in case there is need for further questions after my intervention. We have been actively working with MBPC on several aspects, but I will focus today on the issue of wetland restoration, which is a major part of our work with MBPC. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you very much. So, wetland restoration is a global issue. There is a specific point to be made in the Mediterranean, but at the global level, we are right now in the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, and in Europe, UNEP Europe is promoting flagship projects, and some of them are involving the Mediterranean. And we are currently working on a proposal for really something which would be at European level, encompassing all of European regional seas for 2023. These programs are not focused on wetlands, but wetlands are really core in them because these are ecosystems which are particularly endangered and which really also are of major importance for climate change adaptation. At EU level, of course, I have to speak about the nature restoration law. This proposal is really something which will help us move forward. It covers a range of terrestrial and maritime ecosystems, habitats, and species. Among them, I would like to mention grasslands, coastal wetlands, and peatlands, because all these ecosystems are specific carbon storage assets. And the law sets specific targets for restoring these ecosystems, and if I just give these two numbers, you will see how much it is needed. At least 4,000 square kilometers of Mediterranean wetlands are in urgent need of restoration, and this is one of the results that was also confirmed by MBPC activities, and out of them, only 3.7 are currently reported as having been restored. So just 1 per 1,000 is currently under restoration. So it means it gives the scale of the need for restoration in the Mediterranean, and we do hope that the restoration law will help us in promoting further restoration. Next, please. So right now we have embarked on the first project, which is called Waterland, which means water-based solutions for carbon storage, people and wildness. It will restore wetland sites across all of Europe, only 2 sites in the Mediterranean, but what is important, as in most EU pilot projects, is that it will give a basis for learning and for sharing experience further on. So the idea is really to work to scale up across much wider areas than what is really prepared in the framework of the project. The idea is to build on 15 knowledge sites, meaning sites that are already well known, well studied, and where restoration has started, and 6 action sites. And the target is to restore 10,000 hectares of wetland by 2026. So it's compared to what I just mentioned before. It's not enough, of course, but it's a short-term project with a lot of potential for scaling up. And Plan Bleu is specifically in charge of looking at the governance aspect and devising an ideal theoretical governance framework for restoration building, because we really know that governance is key in promoting a good restoration. Next, please. So, in the framework of the Barcelona Convention, wetlands have a specific focus. They are specifically mentioned in the MSSD, Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, which is right now under implementation and which will last until 2025. And I'm really confident that wetlands will remain high priority in the next version of the MSSD. but the MSD is a subsidiary body of the convention. The ICZM protocol is a core protocol, meaning that it has a legally binding aspect, and it does address land-sea interactions in several articles. In the same way, the special SPI and biodiversity protocol has a legally binding aspect, so it should be completely enforced, and it does address wetland issues. In the current implementation plan of work for 2022-23, there are specific activities on wetland restoration, including what I just mentioned for waterlands, identify innovative actions, capitalize and promote replication. But also at site level, there is a management plan under construction for the Buna Delta. So the convention goes from regional policy decision to project sites and pilot sites. Next, please. We are currently starting a new initiative which is called PAMEX, Plan d'Action pour une Méditerranée exemplaire. This Model C initiative involves 9 governments from the Mediterranean and 5 international organizations. It's currently preparing for its first conference to really bring on board all these partners. And it has a plan of action which is around 4 axes. And the first one is to increase ambition for preserving marine and coastal biodiversity in the Mediterranean. And specifically, there are 19 actions. 2 of them are really of interest for today's discussion. The first one is to implement the specific marine and coastal biodiversity objectives at Mediterranean level. And the other one is to preserve, sustainably manage, and restore the Mediterranean coastline. And beyond wetlands, we know that a number of specific Mediterranean habitats on the coastline are under danger. For example, rocky parts of the coast are something which is really specific in the Mediterranean and really endangered. And what is important in this PAMEX initiative is that beyond the political initiative, there is a financing arm under establishment, and the idea there is really innovative in the sense it's really things to have a one-shop for financing development at site level, but trying to blend public and private finance investors, and this is something which will really be very helpful because we always have the difficulty that projects are either privately financed or publicly financed, and we have to go beyond that and really see a way to blend financing for these activities. And the major funding agencies from the Mediterranean are involved in that, so I do hope that we are going to be able to scale up through this financing channel. Next, please. Thank you very much. I'm at disposal for any question.
Thank you so much, François, for sharing what you've been doing, and also for highlighting this last point about the PAMEX and this kind of finance juggling or finance engineering that we have to do sometimes to get some funding and reach our objectives. So that's very important, and I think also the speakers today highlighted the different opportunities for funding that exist and that will be existing in the future, and the synergies also between the programs. So very, very well. We have another reaction from Milena Kappa, who will share with us the experience from Montenegro. So thank you, Milena, for being with us, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Elodie. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for opportunity to be here and to present the overview of responsibility of the Montenegro marine protection between different level of institution. I work in Parliament of Montenegro as the Secretary of the Committee on Tourism, Agriculture, Ecology and Spatial Planning, and for us is very important to hear something new about EU acquis and Marine Spatial Planning Directive and Marine Framework. I don't know. Okay, do you know? it's better. Okay, thank you to hear something new about Marine Spatial Planning Directive and Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So, in previous period, Parliament of Montenegro adopted the law on protection of marine environment. That was the first law in this field in Montenegro, and it is partly harmonized with Marine Strategy Framework Directive, what is the base for preparation of national marine strategy. Also, we are adopted in July 2018 a spatial plan for the special purpose of the coastal zone and some level of preparation for implementation of Maritime Spatial Planning Directive. Because in Montenegro, marine spatial planning must be integrated in all levels of spatial planning, spatial documents, from national documents like a spatial plan or general regulation plan, through the local planning documents like as the spatial plan of the municipalities. Spatial plan for the spatial purpose is the base for proclamation of the protected areas in that zone. I would like to introduce some example of the good practice. It started in 2008 with starting of preparation of proclamation of Divac Salina, when Parliament amended the law which was the base for proclamation of these protected areas. With good cooperation with government and local municipalities and public enterprise coastal zone management as a manager of these protected areas, we increased the number of wintering and migrating flocks of birds in these areas. Also, during the 2021, government of Montenegro declared the 3 marine nature parks, Patimoni, Katić and Stari Ulcin Island, as a protected areas. Also, despite the efforts, we have always some challenges, threats and needs. So, challenges is overlapping competence in coastal resource. As a threats, I recognize shipyard Biela, impact of cruisers and cruise tourism in a vulnerable area such as Kotorisan Bay, construction of ports, process of oil and gas exploitation, and climate changes. Our needs is first of all integrated coastal zone management and cooperation of all institutions at all levels, sectoral integration and vertical coordination. On this link you could see research of endangered species Monachus monachus, but this video is too long for this presentation. You can see it if you will be interested later. Also, according to previous discussions and presentations, I could conclude that priorities in next period should to be ambitious and concrete targets, ensuring that these are implemented, mainstreaming biodiversity in all areas of policy and industry, to halt biodiversity loss, ensure sustainable blue economy, integrate the EU biodiversity strategy and UN strategical goals and targets to national biodiversity strategies, to address the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and ensure enforcement of birds and habitat directives, also use the geospatial tools, and to integrate all these elements into the action spatial plans, strategic plans. Here you could see some citate about the necessity of protecting the marine and ocean. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Milena, for this, for sharing the experience from Montenegro. I recall you mentioned the maritime special planning efforts that are being put in place, as well as the need for integrated coastal zones management, so that goes together, obviously, and this sectoral coordination that you were mentioning, so that's also what we discussed a bit previously. So very, very well. I am being notified that there's some problems with the sound, so if you don't hear well, you can also put the casques on because it comes from the floor, so you can also listen better with the headset that you have on your tables, just in case. And well, with this, I get to the final reactions round, which is a recorded message from the member of the European Parliament, Cyrus Engerer, from the Environment Committee, and the CIRICA member. So if we can share the video. Thank you so much.
Hello, and firstly, a very big thank you to the CIRICA Intergroup, alongside the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, for organizing this conference on such an important topic, not only for myself and for everyone else who comes from the Mediterranean itself, but also for the world, as the Mediterranean region continues to be one of the most crucial ecosystems on our planet. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you today for our conference, but my schedule did not permit it, as I am currently in my home country, Malta. Instead, I am sending you this quick video message in order to conclude the first session of this conference, a session dedicated to area-based nature conservation actions and the review of marine and maritime EU policies. A few weeks ago, I was asked by the Socialists and Democrats to negotiate a resolution on ocean governance, and I must admit that the negotiations were not always too easy. This is because there seems to be quite a clear divide between those who feel that the oceans and our seas are part of the human ecosystem, and there are those who feel that the oceans and the seas are there only to benefit the human system. I believe that, being from the Mediterranean myself and having grown up with the sea as such an important staple of my life, I cannot be anything except someone who believes that the water in our oceans is as important as the air that we breathe. You see, as I explained in plenary a few weeks ago, there are many legends that come from my island about the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean is home to many ecosystems, animal, plant and human alike. And while the legends that we are told by fishermen weaving their nets are only fables, the deep and intricate relationship between islands and oceans is definitely not. Those of us who come from the Mediterranean have known for all too long that our oceans are just as much a part of us as the land and the trees. We depend on the oceans, and our homes and livelihoods depend on the seas. While those on the mainland can forget that it is us who are guests in the ocean's home, people coming from the Mediterranean are constantly reminded that exploitation and pollution will forever affect the global ecosystem that we all call home. But in order to do this, we must ensure that the actions we embark on relating to our oceans reflect a deeply rooted respect we have for our oceans. In 1967, one of the greatest marine conservationists of our time called for the ocean's seabed to be designated as the common heritage of mankind. That man was Maltese diplomat Arvid Pardo, father of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. He was right that day, and he continues to be right till today. We cannot allow the exploitation of the Mediterranean seabed, in particular, to occur, because the Mediterranean seabed is indeed a common heritage of mankind. It belongs to all of us, collectively, and most importantly, it belongs to the future. The concept by Pardo is still sacrosanct in Article 136 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In his call, Pardo urged for international regulation to prevent the colonization of our seabed and the monopolization of dire resources to the detriment of our planet. And they have. However, it is also evident that there is great interest in reopening the idea of exploring the economic potential of the minerals in our seabed and backtracking on the fierce protectionism approach we have adopted in the past when it comes to protecting the so far untouched bottom of the ocean. Today, after decades on hold, there is renewed interest from the private sector to look into the commercial exploitation of marine minerals. Technological advances and an increase in the long-term demand for minerals, industrialization and globalization has led to this. but we cannot go down the wrong path. So my appeal to all of you in the room today, while you discuss and debate different ideas on how we can ensure that marine biodiversity is preserved, is to not forget the importance of the Mediterranean seabed, in particular within the heart of your conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enger, for this message. Well heard. So we're getting to the end of this session. We had the opportunity to get an overview about the revision of the EU policies, to have also from the MBPC contribution and the recommendations to have some perspectives maybe on how to contribute to this nature restoration law. And I think it's an ambitious project, and let's see how we can implement it in the future. But it's also positive because it occupies more space in our agendas, so that's always positive regarding biodiversity. And we also saw the various opportunities that are on the ground for us to contribute to implementing the different strategies or different initiatives from the European Union, for example, the Mission Ocean and so on. And, we also had the opportunity to have some case studies, especially from Montenegro, shared with us, and to see also from the other kinds of organizations, such as UNEP-MAP or Plan Bleu, what they were doing. So we have this mix of kinds of stakeholders that are working towards the same objectives. And so that's very fulfilling to see. And I think in the Mediterranean biodiversity protection community, we also tend to work towards the same direction. So with this, I leave you to the coffee break. So we can keep discussing a bit about these topics. We have a 15-minute break until 11:30, so please be back on point on time, so we can start for session 2 and get into more details regarding the different practices from the speakers that will be there with us by then. Thank you so much, and Dania, the last word to you.
Yeah, Here, sorry. Yeah. I just want to use this opportunity because I think the different speakers touched based on several very, I think, interesting things where uptake can really happen. And I did note a few things. So for the IMO PSSA process that you mentioned and the link with the EMODENet, we have developed together with partners and very close stakeholders several actually results, spatial, so geospatial results on the interactions of the different types of maritime transport, different types of shipping boats and their interaction with biota. So maybe that is really an uptake, because I understood with the project you mentioned that was MSP Med, right? Yes, that you were already contributing to EMODENet. So maybe that is a clear uptake, because all the knowledge base that we develop, so geo-knowledge base that we develop, is publicly available because it is public money, and we have them on our online platform of the MBPC. So that is one point. For the other point, I think that yes, just to reply to UNEP-MAP, yeah, thank you again for Christos and for Tatiana. I think it was part of our working group to be in the platform linked to marine litter. And we have the Met BioLitter, that is a reality. It has been updated for the last 6 years, if I'm not wrong, or 5 years, twice a year, and we hope to be able to continue updating that twice a year, and that is certainly a direct input, as we already mentioned it several times, into the working group and the platform work of UNEP-MAP. And for Montenegro, certainly you mentioned again the issue of the cruises. We have the best practices on cruises. I think it is part of the exhibition that is there. Plan Bleu was the main partner that has worked on best practices and guidelines. So I think that could be really a very good contribution for one of your issues. Plus, of course, the geospatial data. We have a common proposal together. If that goes in, we could certainly be supporting from the MBPC the development of this geospatial knowledge. Sorry to take a few minutes, but I think it's really showing this uptake potential. Yeah.
Yeah, you were right to do so. Thank you for that. It's always good to have the feedback directly from from the community. So I think we can close the session, and we'll see you in the coffee break. Please be back at 35 now, because we have overlapped a bit. Yeah, I'll see you in a while. Thank you so much.
Session 2 is about to start. Okay, if you could swiftly take your seats, please. We're about to start. Yeah. Okay, good still morning. Good morning, everybody, again. We're about to start the second session of the Syrica event. In session 1, we heard all about, it was all about policy and policy uptake and some of the policy recommendations from the community that would help mobilize change. And we saw in the video that not all heroes wear capes, but maybe they wear suits, perhaps. So anyway, speaking of heroes, we do have some heroes today to present to us some of the solutions and initiatives that they are doing on the ground, and is particularly related to territorial cooperation. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Sergi Tudela, who is the Director General for Fisheries and Maritime Affairs, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Food, from the government of Catalonia, who will be joining us online. Welcome, Sergi, and thank you.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Of course, it's an honor to be here. And first, of course, I would like to thank the organizations of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community and the Syrica Intergroup for this opportunity, right, to share our views from the government of Catalonia on suitable solutions to tackle the biodiversity crisis in the ocean in our regions. And of course, my apologies for not having been able to attend in person today due to other commitments. So as required by the organization, I will focus on this point, right, the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation into maritime policies. So precisely for this, I will focus on a crucial concept, that of the integrated maritime policy, the so-called IMP, right? I will try to explain why we believe from Catalonia, from our experience, it's absolutely a crucial issue on which we have to devote more energies, right? Well, first, as we all know here, right, the IMP, the Integrated Maritime Policy, is the cornerstone of the maritime policy at EU level, since its adoption as the main objective of EU policies for the EU seas already back in 2007. So the first conclusion is that there is already a while since its adoption. We are talking about 15 years. So in spite of being a lot of literature available about the concept, I would like to summarize it in my own way, right? Which is, and allow me, maybe it's not fully correct, but this is the way I like to see it, right? As the integration of sectoral policies among themselves and with the environment in order to achieve a sustainable blue economy, right? So I repeat because I believe it's important. The integration of sectoral policies among themselves and with the environment in order to achieve a sustainable blue economy. So I would like to point out three elements here, right? Integration, sectoral policies, and environment. So in a nutshell, the IMP, or the Integrated Maritime Policy, has a lot to do with the environment, right? So far, the main focus on the IMP has been in order to make it operational, has revolved around developing the Maritime Spatial Planning, the MSP, which is one very important tool, but is only one of its possible tools, right? MSP is only one piece in the Integrated Maritime Policy toolbox. I want to emphasize this point because sometimes there is some confusion in the sense that, you know, it looks like that IMP and MSP are the same, and it is not, right? One is a tool to achieve the other. But the point is that now we are still far from building a sound and fully fledged package that ensures the smooth implementation of the IMP in our waters, this package or this toolbox I meant, right? So in this sense, a main challenge is oceans governance. There is no IMP possible without an effective oceans governance scheme in place. So for the rest of this speech, I will focus on two main issues, on two main lines of discussion. One is on governance to ensure integration, so the how we have to do or we should do the things, right? And the other, a little bit, some final words about integration of fundings, right? They need also to unlock sectoral funds. So on the first point, the last years here in Catalonia, we have been working strongly to build what we call a maritime agenda for Catalonia. For us, the maritime agenda is meant to include all the different elements enabling the implementation of an integrated maritime policy, right? So our maritime agenda is the toolbox I just mentioned for IMP. Of course, this is still an ongoing process. We started from scratch, but so far we have made considerable progress on governance, and particularly on participatory co-management. Co-management, first of all, means sharing the power, devolving the power from the administration to the local actors. It also means many other things. For example, it means decentralization in decision-making, following an adaptive approach. All these concepts to me are particularly relevant: adaptive approach, decentralization. And also it's a prerequisite for an ecosystem approach to maritime sectors as developed recently by FAO itself, right? So starting in 2018, through a formal decree in Catalonia, we adopted what was at that time the first legal framework in Europe for co-management, in that case, concretely on fisheries. So Catalonia, it's been the only place in Europe where fishers, scientists, and NGOs, they all take formal and binding decisions on fisheries on equal footing with the administration through what we call our co-management committees. So far, we have already many of them. We have at least 8-9 co-management committees involving beyond 200 different vessels. And the idea is that these co-management committees should develop management plans and then themselves should, in order to do this adaptive implementation of the management plans. Right now, we are developing exactly the same approach for recreational fisheries. We are developing a decree for the participatory governance of recreational fisheries through co-management committees as well, right? The important thing when it comes to integration of policies, the maritime administration that I am representing here, and the environmental administration, is that in natural protected areas we are establishing specific area-based co-management committees, which also include the environmental authority in the decision-making bodies, alongside the maritime authority. This is happening, for example, in 2 different natural parks in Catalonia, in Cap de Creus and Delta de l'Ebre. This same collaborative approach is also being developed in natural maritime areas concerning the management not of just one single sector, fisheries, but of all human users, through what we call maritime co-management tables. We have one, for example, that includes 76 different local actors, and it works. Okay. So, and then finally, at a very high level, we have a high-level governance tool. We have created the Catalan Council for Maritime Co-Management, which oversees the overall development of the integrated maritime policy in Catalonia. And it includes representatives from all the main maritime sectors, NGOs, administrations, absolutely everything, right? So, and actually, it is the very Commission on Integrated Maritime Policy of the Council, of the Catalan Council for Maritime Co-Management, that can propose the establishment of new area-based co-management tables. So, as you can see, we have a system which is quite comprehensive right now of oceans governance. We believe it's very important that co-management is recognized at EU level, that there is an EU framework for maritime co-management, starting probably by the common fisheries policy. To be honest, this is important because not all administrations are as eager as we are to devolve or to share power to stakeholders. And it's important that all European citizens, all Mediterranean citizens have the same rights to participate in the decision-making processes, right? Co-management is gaining a strong traction internationally. Now we have FAO, for example, there is a FAO guidebook for assessing the performance of co-managed fisheries that has just been published, and actually we participated in the expert group. And then I would like to mention the important work that MEP Clara Aguilera is doing right now in PESH through the Aguilera report that goes exactly in this same direction. And just to finalize this first block, and I'm not going to take a long time, I would like to mention that also in Catalonia, we are working in our first law for the sea, which is exactly focused on regulating the enabling conditions for the integrated maritime policy in our regions. We want to regulate formally all these toolbox I just mentioned, right? So, a final word on funding. I already said that I would say something. It's important to think also in the integration of available funding, right? And beyond cohesion funds, there's also life in Europe. We have, for example, maritime sectoral funds, which should be instrumental for implementing the integrated maritime policy in the regions and must have a measurable impact on environmental policies. And I will just put a couple of examples, and I'm sure that there are excellent examples around the region. For example, under the EMFF, Catalonia has funded the first complete mapping of marine habitats off the coast of Catalonia, which is opening the door for the effective protection of critical habitats. And this project is done together with the environmental authority. So it's a collaborative project funded through maritime funds, right? It's over 3 million euros, right? And then another important decision we have taken is that under the next MFAF, the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, we are creating a specific line of funding for area-based projects validated by co-management bodies. And this line of work will start in 2023. And of course, there is ample room for projects devoted to conservation of habitats. So I'm finalizing. I would like to say something about the question I always have to reply usually in this sort of intervention is that what about the applicability of these approaches, these collaborative governance approaches in other areas? And my reply is always the same. We don't believe there is anything special in our region. There is nothing special in the northwestern Mediterranean, which is different from other areas in Europe or in the Mediterranean. We understand it's a matter of political will and education of stakeholders, right? And of course, it means a lot of work, but at the same time, we are convinced it pays the effort. And that was all I planned to say. I hope it fulfilled what the organization expected, and of course, I will stay here connected for the rest of the session. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Sergi, for that interesting intervention and the great work that you're doing in Catalonia. So I think it's very clear, your message, that in order to have a sustainable blue economy, we need to have integrated sectoral policies and we need to have co-management approaches. And really, there's very little stopping us scaling these up. We need political will, we need education, but fundamentally, we can scale these up to other areas in the region. So thank you for that, Sergi. So we have two parts to this session. First of all, we have a panel from our regions who are doing some great work in the regions, and also multi-level authorities representatives. So we're going to hear from these regional and representative heroes first, and then we will listen to some regional cooperation organizations and institutional frameworks. So joining us from the regions today and the multi-level representations of authorities is Adrian Zitelli Ferrari from the Murcia region, Marino Spilotro from Puglia region, Joseph Canals, that's an easy one, the Secretary General from Medicities, and online we have Pedro, this is a hard one, Figueirado, I hope, Pedro, I did you justice on that, who is the Head of Division of Projects Coordination and Institutional Networks in the North region. Okay, so welcome, panel. It's lovely to have you here. Now, Adrian, Murcia, I hear, is involved in a very, very ambitious interregional cooperative initiative, working with other Mediterranean regions and MedWet to protect and restore wetlands. Can you tell us a little bit more about this initiative and if you faced any challenges while doing it, and how have you overcome them?
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the organization for the invitation to participate in this event. It has been very interesting for a couple of days. First of all, I would like to stress that the natural spaces linked to water, the so-called wetlands, in arid territories such as the region of Murcia are especially valuable. The 98 wetlands that exist in our region are the home of an extraordinary biodiversity, due to their plant and faunal component, both raptorial, epsteep, and aquatic birds, as well as for the ecosystem services they offer. They prevent erosion phenomena, improve water quality, act as a purification filters, both by surface and groundwater interaction, sediments, microorganisms, flora and fauna, and obviously as a landscape value, which must be highlighted. The government of the region of Murcia allocates many resources to preserve and value these wetlands, which represents an area of more than 18,500 hectares, which is equivalent to 1.6% of the total regional area. These resources are co-financed by European funds, ERDF, and territorial cooperation projects, mainly LIFE and Interreg projects. Most of these investments are aimed at restoration projects of the wetlands themselves and their environment. It is important to highlight the richness of these wetlands, not only for their environmental value, but also for the contribution to the socio-economic development of the areas where they are located, making the tourism and economic uses compatible with their conservation and protection. This is why I would like to go in detail with one particular example of a good practice carried out in the region of Murcia, which is the coastal wetland of Salinas de San Pedro, where an extraordinary restoration work has been carried out, and the result of the collaboration of the private initiative, Salinera Salt Mine Company, and with public administrations, environmental organizations, ANSE, and the University of Murcia, improving the Salinera activity, moats, and salt ponds, and improving the environmental conditions of the wetlands and its environment, increasing the breeding territory of water birds, recovering dunes, planting native species, eliminating invasive species, as well as great work of dissemination and environmental education to neighbors, tourists, students, and workers of the coastal area. I believe that we all agree of the importance of the protection, conservation, and restoration of the wetlands, for the richness in biodiversity and for being essential for people's lives and prosperity, as well as the urgency to act collectively at the regional level to keep Mediterranean wetlands in good conditions, as well as to restore those wetlands that are already in a degraded state. These wetlands are vital, in particular, to help coastal communities to adapt to the present and future effects of the climate crisis, including floods, storms, and other extreme events. To conclude and to answer the initial question, I would like to share with you an interregional cooperation initiative promoted by the region of Murcia within the Inter-Mediterranean Commission of the Conference of the Peripheral Maritime Regions, which consists on establishing synergies with MedWet, which, as you know, is a cooperation platform for the exchange of information and technical capacities between institutions, research and civil society with a view to the conservation, restoration and sustainable use of Mediterranean wetlands. In this sense, at the last IMC General Assembly, a MedWet proposal was presented to the rest of the regions, which we think is totally timely and relevant, as it is aimed at the implementation of a coordinated group of Mediterranean regions committed to the conservation and restoration of wetlands as areas vulnerable to climate crisis, to help defend good practices, exchange knowledge and solutions, and obviously influence policy and decision-making processes at local, regional and national level. The region of Murcia is encouraging and promoting that the other member regions of the Inter-Mediterranean Commission can value this initiative and become involved in it as well, so that together with other key actors, the policies and actions of multiple stakeholders on the ground for the conservation, restoration and sustainable use of the Mediterranean wetlands can be promoted and supported. Just briefly to summarize, the main objectives for this initiative is to improve public and policymaker awareness of the conservation and restoration of Mediterranean wetlands as nature-based solutions to the climate and environmental crisis, improve knowledge and promote relevant solutions for med wetlands, and influence regulatory and decision-making processes at local, national and regional level, developing a joint funding strategy. And the main activities to be carried out within this group will be to set up a dedicated web platform, the organization of study visits and knowledge exchange, the organization of regional events with the aim of promoting good practices and sustainable solutions, and the achievements of the group as well as their expansion. Continuing the monitoring, identification and suggestion of relevant EU and regional calls for joint projects, and facilitate the participation of the private sector as a contributor to the development of nature-based solutions. The participation of the regions in this group is based on a voluntary commitment to these objectives and actions. So I really hope that this initiative will be of interest of many of you, and I will remain at your disposal for any additional information if you want to join it. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I think it never does any harm to continuously reiterate the importance of wetlands for socioeconomic development and towards climate change, and because they are indeed very important from biodiversity, and also in finding the power in finding synergies with other organisations that you can work together with, and there is a lot of strength behind that. So thank you for sharing those messages. Now, the Puja region is no stranger to nature conservation and protection, right? So you've been working a lot with marine protected areas. So what are some of the factors or enabling factors that have led to the effective management and establishment of these protected areas? And what sort of factors do you still feel need strengthening or further support?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to the organization for inviting me. And before answer to your question, it's important to fix where is Puglia, because I don't know if all the audience here know where is Puglia. So Puglia is the hill of Italy. It's just in the south. And we have 900 kilometers of coast. So you can imagine that all Puglia is basically influenced by the sea. And other things, we are eligible for almost all the program of cooperation. So we are quite in the center of everything. So excluding the Tremiti Islands, the Apulian coast, as I said, it's 900 kilometers and is made up 33% sandy beach, 30% low rocky coasts, 21% of high cliff, and 5% of manned and strait. Puglia is among the areas of greatest blue specialization in Italy. And for what I said before, with about 4% of the company operating in the blue economy, exceeded their national average, that is 3.3%, and is included in one of the 15 ecological and biological significant area. And we have three, that's a pity, only three protected marine area. Are quite huge, but we have only three of that. What we have done, the 27th of April of this year, the Regional Council approved the new ESTRE called Smart Puglia 2013. What we have done, it takes into account the new global context and the new policy framework, Green Deal, Recovery Fund, PNRR, and so on, identified three macro drivers that determine the challenge and the opportunity for all value chains. The first one is environmental sustainability and circular economy, information technology, and blue growth and blue economy, the third one. We present five strategies to support the blue economy based on sustainability and circularity and preserve marine biodiversity, reduce the consumption of natural resources and mitigate the effect of climate change and coastal erosion. Blue innovation refers to multi-trophic aquaculture, algae cultivation, valorization of algal biomass, aquaponic crops, sustainable innovative shipbuilding, offshore wind, and etc. Blue and green economy integration is the second strategy, refers to circular economy, reduction of marine pollution from plastic and microplastic, and changement of fishing and aquaculture waste of the production of new bioproducts, cosmetic, nutraceutical, and so on, and materials like natural polymers or packaging, something like that. Integrate planning and approach between coastal tourism and fishing, fish and water protection, catering and boating. And in this field we have a good experience and best practice. Then we have the fourth one is the strengthening Adriatic-Ionian cooperation with the USA, emergency management, navigation control and safety, environmental monitoring, marine protected areas, sustainable tourism, maritime transport. And the last one is the creation of new professional figure with transversal and multidisciplinary skills. That means that it's not from only the council side, I mean the decision one, the government of Puglia, but we use the bottom-up procedures, and in Puglia everyone is involved in the decision making. What we have done then is the application with the test that I'm introduced now. We had this new national law that it's called Salva Mare, and is the a special law that it's linked to the marine litter. So what we have done, we experiment in 5 ports, and most of them are near the marine protected area. So what they do, when the fish boat goes and take the nets, almost the 15% of the nets are full of plastic. But before this law, if you bring this waste in the port, it was considered as a special waste, so they had to pay a special tax. Now it's considered plastic. So what we have done in these 5 ports, we put a special just the bin, the collector, huge collector. So this fish boat had a card, magnetic card, and so when they take this plastic from the sea, they just throw it in this place. I think we will have, in the end of the year, the first quantity, so we will know how much we collect, and we are going to do it in another 10 ports in Puglia. As I said, for us it's really important to preserve our area. And moreover, in 1 port, but we are doing now in another 5, we put also in the port the sea bean. Sea bean are small bean that collect the microplastic in the ports, because when the boats come in the port, they used to have in their shape some microplastic, so they goes and we clean also that part. What we are also improving, especially near the marine protected area, is to give to the sailboat, because they are the only one that are allowed to just be more near the marine protected area, to not use mono-use plastic. So we give them a sort of kit, and they can use it, and reuse it. Just as a conclusion, what we can say is that blue growth for Puglia represents a valuable investment both in the short and long term, because it is able to produce solutions that combine development and employment with social and environmental sustainability. What we have is that the people from Puglia, it's really proud of their region. Someone who knows me can be, confirm it, and we will not want that Puglia became like massive tourism or something like that. So we want a good balance between employment, sustainability, and so on. That's why in the new regional S3, an extensive and holistic interpretation of blue economy is embraced, capturing the enormous intersectoral synergy. Blue growth is considered a driver for transforming Puglia into blue innovator incubator, strengthening the relationship between the different stakeholders of its economy and innovative system. That's why in June we also the Council approved the new Blue Vision 2013 in Puglia, that is a strategic plan for the blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Marino. And it's very nice to hear that at the region level you're very much ensuring that there is involvement in decision makers from all stakeholders. This is a message we also heard yesterday, how crucial it is. What also is lovely that we're hearing really nice concrete solutions and actions at the regional level and not a project level, and particularly with such a serious threat as marine litter to marine protected areas. And I think we're all waiting impatiently to hear what is the quantity that you collect in the end. So maybe that's for the next session.
Well, at least we know that, for example, in Bari, for this year, we paid 25% less of waste tax. So it means that should be a lot.
Wow, okay, so yeah, well, we're waiting on those numbers for the next intervention. Okay, so thank you very much for that, Marino. And Pedro, we were talking about one of the biggest threats to marine protected areas is marine litter. And of course, in the Nord region, no strangers to that, and have been working with pollution, and it's a huge issue for all of our oceans, not just in the Mediterranean. But how are you combating this problem in the Atlantic? And do you have any lessons learned that you can share with us in the Mediterranean?
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is really a pleasure to meet you virtually in the framework of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community Project final event, and in this session on territorial cooperation answers to respond to urgent biodiversity challenges, regional solutions for improved conservation. Let me start by sharing that my region, North region, in Portugal, in the Iberian Peninsula, has a close cultural, social, economic, and technological connection to the sea, and it's actively involved in cooperating with other European regions. Being a member of the Atlantic Arc Commission of the CPMR, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, one very good example of this. As maritime regions at the Atlantic Arc Commission, we are very conscious that marine pollution causes a serious threat for the health of our environment and consequently of living beings. As approximately 80% of all ocean pollution is caused by human activities on land, maritime regions are key to give a comprehensive answer to this global problem, since we believe that cooperation among regions from the sea basin is crucial to share experiences and coordinate actions. During the CPMR Atlantic Arc Commission General Assembly in June 2021, the Atlantic Arc Commission voted in favor of the creation of a working group on ocean pollution. This new working group is led by North, who took the initiative to propose the creation of the group to the other AAC members. In fact, this initiative has been in anticipation of the international agenda. 2022, I think that will be known as a very important year regarding ocean protection at international level. The UN Ocean Conference featured the issue of marine pollution very high on its agenda, and last February, states also gathered in the One Ocean Summit in Brest, organized by the French government. Many other examples could be given. It is unquestionable that this matter has become crucial and requires cooperation. All Atlantic Arc regions, north of Portugal included, can only support this international wake-up call. Even more so that we feel locally the impact of marine pollution in our daily lives, on our health, on our landscapes, ecosystems, on our economies. One of the main objectives of the Atlantic Arc Commission is to actively contribute to the implementation of the new action plan for the Atlantic 2.0, either through the monitoring of the various actions or through the implementation of member regions in structuring cooperation projects, with contribute to the implementation of the plan. The plan in its Pillar 4, a healthy ocean and resilient coastal zones, recognizes that marine pollution and notably plastics is a major problem, that materials valuable for recycling are polluting Atlantic beaches and damaging the environment. They could be collected and pumped back into the economy, making it more circular. Coastal regions and citizens can develop an Atlantic response to marine litter through a system of coordinated actions, adding to the ongoing initiatives under the Convention for the protection of the marine environment of the Northwest Atlantic, the EU Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and the EU Strategy for Plastics. Pillar 4 also contemplates a specific objective dedicated to fight against marine pollution, with already identified some concrete actions in this area. Of course, the impact of marine pollution cannot be dealt alone. Interregional cooperation and multi-level governance are key to proactively reduce sea contamination and make concrete positive changes in our territories. That's why we, the Atlantic regions, have agreed jointly 3 lines of action for the Atlantic Arc Commission Working Group on Ocean Pollution. Such lines are the elaboration of a formal commitment that guides our common path towards a clean Atlantic Ocean, a base document for long-term action approved at the last Atlantic Arc Commission General Assembly in May. This pledge in favor of a cleaner and healthier Atlantic Ocean has a wider scope. It signals that the regions of the Atlantic Arc Commission are ready to take the lead in preventing and reducing marine litter and improving the health of the maritime environment by listing a set of 20 ambitious objectives. Let me just highlight some. The Atlantic regions have agreed to actively encourage key agents to reduce waste generation in the Atlantic and foster circular economy initiatives. Dedicate a significant percentage of both the EU cohesion policy and regional funds to the development of circular economy and nature conservation and restoration strategies for the protection of the Atlantic Ocean. Identify key sectors using primary materials of high relevance for circular economy and share knowledge on regional circular economy tendencies. Other lines of action are the development of cooperation projects, namely within the scope of the Interreg Atlantic Area Program, having as a reference the good results achieved by the Clean Atlantic project, which has been dedicated to monitoring and removing plastic waste in the Atlantic. Also, the consolidation of the status of the Atlantic Arc Commission as an interlocutor, both at European and international level for these issues. I think that all these must therefore be taken into account in order to inspire action and guide policy change at different levels. This, of course, requires multi-stakeholder engagement across all economic sectors, groups of society, politicians, to overcome linear systems of production, consumption, and disposal, and to tackle marine litter as source and at sea. I think that it is only through joint efforts that we can have an impact and improve the state of our oceans for future generations. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you very much for that, Pedro. And again, reiterating the point that multi-stakeholder cooperation is hugely important. But also, I think you really kind of demonstrated that not just within regions, but if we're to meet international commitments, that we must also cooperate across regions and with different regions. There's a huge scope to transfer solutions and concrete actions, not just within, but across regions. So thank you for that and joining us today. Thank you. So, solutions and multi-stakeholders cooperations. Josep, so we've heard from all of these nice regional initiatives, but how are these then translated down to the local level? And is there any issues or constraints? What problems are faced at the local level in implementing these region-wide policies? And what is your organisation as MedCities, as representing these local authorities, doing to facilitate this harmonisation and cooperation across these and across countries?
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a good pleasure to be here with you as part of this consortium and this family. Let me tell you first that I'm moved because it's the first time that someone calls me a hero. Not even my mom. So thank you. You made my day. It's difficult answering your question. It's difficult. It's not too intuitive that local authorities can do something regarding biodiversity and the protection of natural heritage. Of course, there is the concept of urban biodiversity, and we can do some things, and I will reflect on that, but I will go to some common places, but I think they need to be set again. The lack of competences and the lack of economical resources and human resources of many of the municipalities of the whole region, but mainly in Northern Africa and Middle East. It's remarkable. So, but when you sit with mayors and representatives, let me salute here, say greetings to one of our members, Fax here. When you see them, many of the mayors, for example, they don't receive wages. They don't have. They cannot dedicate their talent or their will in a complete manner to improve the policies. So it's something in a general perspective, but I think that it also needs to be said when I hear that no, we don't receive any money to dedicate our time and our talent. And I think that one of the prestige for democracy is this. I think it's a general comment, but I think it's need to be said that for better democracies, for better implementations of the agendas, we need best equipped and prepared and resourced institutions, local institutions, and local representatives. Having said that, I think that there is a lot of constraints, but there are some places where we can do things. For example, in municipal or urban planning, we can decide if we artificialize or not a part of a coastal belt of a coastal municipality. But we need, and having been a mayor myself, I say that it's not common to say this, that municipalities first need limits, not to make an orgy of construction and building on the coast, because many of the things that we have done bad as local authorities is that we didn't have a supramunicipal planning saying you can do this and you cannot do that. Because with a supramunicipal vision or a national vision or state vision saying these are the planning zone, and these are the parts to activities, and these are the parts for biodiversity, or the parts that can coexist both. So I think this is important to know. But also we can do, what we can do is raise awareness among our civil society. But we as networks, mid-cities, for those that you don't know, we are a network of almost, by the end of the month, we will be 70 in our General Assembly, we will be 70 local authorities from the whole region. And I think one of the things and the reasons for us to exist is to share knowledge among those that are not aware, maybe. So mayors and municipalities have the will, but not all of them. So by working together, some of them can replicate or adapt or see what the others have done badly and not to repeat the same mistakes. This is very important, to learn from others' mistakes. And I think this is one of the main assets that we have as networks, that we can share this knowledge. And that's why we are so involved in projects like Biodiversity Protection Community or like NCEDES that we will be discussing later, and how we can capitalize all these experiences done by other administrations, maybe done by civil society, done by some, we have example regions, done by, congratulations by the way, by your initiatives, very, very good, or done by, as I said, I think by civil society, put it together and have all this corpus of knowledge to be shared and to be adapted to our realities. Because being part of these projects for us is also being counterintuitive in saying that local authorities, we can do things on protection of biodiversity, but most of all, I think we can do, because many of the competencies are not ours, are from the states, we can lobby as municipal authorities to the states to be aware if they're not. So I think that many of the laws have been boosted by civil society, by many also by municipal authorities. They are closer to the reality, they are closer to the citizens, and they can do a lot by pushing the state and national governments to say, we need some regulations, we need something, because we don't have all the competencies as local authorities. So you have to regulate this in order for us to give us some space to do things. Of course, we can do things directly, for example, in regulating activities. In, I don't know, los motos de agua, I don't know how they are called, motors to navigate, for example, on the coastal, recreational boating. I had the honor to participate also in the guidelines of led by Plan Bleu. We can regulate activities in the coastal belt, but there are many things that we can do. But also what we can do is work. We have some examples among our members, for example, in Barcelona or Marseille, that they are working. Of course, there are many others, but maybe I'm not aware of, but that we can work with civil society in order to show why we have to protect biodiversity that is in front of the cities, or is inside of the cities, and what is called urban biodiversity, and there is a richness that has to be preserved and can be recuperated. And we know that if we give some space to nature, nature recovers quite quickly. So these are some of the things that municipalities can do, and we as a network, I think one of the things that regarding this kind of project, there are European projects. We're having the majority of our members not in the European soil, European Union soil. We can do this linkage among the three shores of the Mediterranean and become this transferability that we will discuss later also. And just to finalize, there's something that we can also, apart from communication, is fiscal measures. There are some room in some states for the municipalities to take some fiscal measures in order to favoritize some good behaviors among enterprises and civils and general public, or to punish bad behaviors, complementing the communication and the regulations. I think the fiscal measures are also important in this regard. I finalize for the moment here.
Thank you, Joseph. And indeed, like, very interesting perspective, because we forget about biodiversity conservation in urbans and cities. It's forgotten in all our minds, and I think it's important that, you know, there is a place for nature-positive cities, and really important. So for bringing that back, and as you said, not only is it forgotten in our minds, but it's clear even at the different government levels it's forgotten, because you were mentioning how at the local level sometimes there's budget constraints. There's no budget for even doing it. And what's interesting is the role that your network can play in supporting that, because you say at some point there's many mayors who are willing but just don't have maybe the knowledge or the funds. So providing the support and the linkages with these solutions and transferability is really important, because often we always have challenges. You know, it's one thing to uptake these into policy, it's another thing implementing them, and then even implementing them at that local scale. So I think that, yeah, it's a very interesting work that the networking that your organisation does. So thank you for that, and thank you all for your efforts, and keep up the good work, and we can always do more, not that, you know, not to say you're not doing enough, but and speaking of support for all of these initiatives and to the regions and to local levels, of course, regional cooperation organizations and institutional frameworks are incredibly important. So we have a few speakers today who are going to tell us about some of the support and some of the initiatives that they do to support policy uptake and implementation. So joining us online today, unfortunately we don't have anyone available in person, but they're all online, is Tarja Richard, who's the Director of Region Sud, Interreg Euromed Programme. We have Irene Morel, Senior Expert, Environment and Climate Change at NECB Med. We have Alessandra Sensi, who is the Head of Sector at the Union for the Mediterranean, Water and Environment and Blue Economy Division, and Andres Alcantara, who is the IUCN representative online. So welcome, and thank you for joining us online today at this important event. So I'll start off with Tara, if that's okay. What have you learned from the last programming period about regional cooperation groups? We're hearing a lot of the implementation of regional initiatives. So what are the cooperation gaps and needs in addressing biodiversity conservation? And how will this new Euromed program address these shortfalls?
Yes, thank you. First of all, hello everybody. Have a good day, and nice to be with you, even though virtually today. But my colleague Francesca from the Secretariat, from the Program Secretariat, has been with you physically since the beginning of the meeting. So we are sharing. Yes, I was asked to reflect today a little bit briefly on the gaps and needs and what we learned from the programming period. I need to come into this subject not really from the biodiversity conservation point of view, though I personally adhere very much to this subject, and I find it extremely crucial for the program and for the area. But I need to come in a little bit from the side of the cooperation program, Interreg program, and how our financing is contributing to all this. Obviously, our financing is just one of the components in the global story, because it's for the overall need, it's a small financing. This is quite evident. So we need to be very concerned about targeting it and the impact and the result of the financing we're giving to different types of projects. So I'm going a little bit back to 2013-14 when we put in place this current programming period, because we introduced a new type of cooperation. Let's say we built in the program, which is now currently ending, and for which this biodiversity community is united today for the final event. We put together a system where actually the project were no longer financed just project by project thematically, but we insisted on a thematic community and a specific project that would coordinate this thematic community. And this was to amplify the results, the impact, the visibility of the work of each of these individual projects.
Technical hitch, no problem. Maybe we'll get her back in a minute. Just give her a couple of seconds. If not, we'll move to Irene.
A lot of discussion was important in the beginning, but now we do see that it was definitely a good choice, that there is a very strong enforcing, let's say, of the results and the visibility of the individual projects via this community of projects work. And we're very happy about this. So this was certainly something that has been learned for this programming period. It's a good system. Individually, each project is doing good work, responding to important issues, in your case, marine litter, blue economy, the marine protected areas and so on. But together, they make a stronger impact. So that was definitely something that we learned. And now that we are coming to a new programming period and we are using this kind of, let's say, putting together projects as a mainstream issue, we still need to pursue, to continue providing knowledge, providing extra regional, extra national, beyond local level knowledge, scientific knowledge, evidence. We need to put it in practice. We still need science-based solutions in the biodiversity conservation, definitely. And as a program, we still need to contribute to larger frameworks, to policy frameworks, to offer funding to projects that endorse, that put in practice these policies, as we are working very intensely together with policy frameworks such as Union for the Mediterranean or UNEP within this programming period. This is something we need to pursue, definitely. We need to use the data produced and the scientific evidence produced and the activity produced to overcome gaps between scientific level and policymaking level. And then we need to somehow get into the vertical systems and bring them more horizontal. I will try to explain myself. We are financing strongly a participatory approach, a horizontal approach, coming together of different types of operators in the project partnerships beyond, let's say, local, regional, national level. This is the core essence of the cooperation work. And this is providing the impact. And then we are trying to respond from the cooperation basis, from the ad hoc basis, providing another type of coordinating aspect for the new programming, which is called institutional dialogue projects, which will be governance projects as well as the thematic community projects are, but they are providing the aspect of transfer, taking in the work of the thematic communities to the policy-making level. As you know, there are lots of ambitions from the EU for the moment for nature restoration law proposal, for instance, and whatever is let's say enhanced and decided on the EU level as a law, as a directive, comes down to the national levels where it's transposed, and then it goes to the territorial level, regions and so on, and even local level. But it's going vertically. And what we need in the cooperation is to have strong projects, institutional projects, networks of authorities who are capable of taking in the evidence-based work, the bottom-up work that is provided by our thematic projects via the community of projects, and take them in and make more impact in using these results in policy making. So basically, this is not only related to nature conservation and biodiversity conservation objectives. It's the essence of the whole program. But let's say that this is what we have learned from this period, and this is where we want to reinforce creating these institutional dialogue network projects. For the 2021-27 Euromed programming period, the whole program has an environmental basis, let's say. Our main missions are on climate neutrality and resilience of Mediterranean societies. And the biodiversity protection issue is transversal. It's built in all the missions of the new program. But it's also specifically treated in the second mission thematically. So it's a very strong component of the new program. I think I'm leaving it here, and I will enjoy hearing my colleagues from the ENI program and from the Union for the Mediterranean, with which we are working very closely together. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarja. And yes, towards thematic communities, I think it's a step in the right direction when we see the great work here that the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community is doing. So from another regional cooperation program, Irene from NECBC Med. So guiding coastal area-based management action at a local scale has been identified as a key policy recommendation from the MBPC. So how will you uptake this recommendation, and what concrete actions are planned to ensure that both sides of the Mediterranean are moving equally towards reaching the EU's biodiversity protection targets?
Hello, thank you for being here, and thank you also for this question. I am very pleased to be here with you representing NECBC Med program at Sirica, MBPC community, and this is an interesting question, so I would like to, yes, the presentation is here. I have prepared a little bit of slides just to present the two programs, the NECBC Med, the one that is now finishing, and the new one, programmatic period, which is the next Med. Please, can you next slide? Yes. The joint operational program was adopted on December 2015, and the period is now coming to its end. 3 calls have been launched, and the Sardinian region is acting as managing authority. Yes. The strategy is based on 2 overall objectives. One is promoting economic and social development, and the other is address common environmental challenges through the Mediterranean. This is subdivided in different thematic objectives and priorities, and also one of them has different targets and goals to be achieved that are being measured with the projects and their implementation. Next slide, please. The program brings together the coastal territories of 14 Mediterranean countries in view of fostering fair, equitable and sustainable development on both sides of the EU external borders. Through calls of proposals, the NECBC Med finances cooperation projects for a more competitive, innovative, inclusive and sustainable Mediterranean area. Nowadays, as I said, 3 calls have been launched with different allocations, one on standard projects, another on strategic, and the last one on capitalization. 80 projects are currently under implementation, engaging 618 Mediterranean actors. And also these projects are built on other projects. That means that this capitalization is made on other programmatic areas and other thematic programs. So it is also a network of methodologies and pilot areas and results that at the end, they are very interconnected. Regarding the environment, there is a specific objective dedicated to environmental protection and climate change mitigation. It has 4 priorities, and one is dedicated exclusively to integrated coastal zone management. I present you here the names of the projects that are under this priority, which are the 3 standards, Co-Evolve for Blue Growth, Common and Med for EBM, and the 2 capitalization projects that are now also being implemented, that are in CERES and Plastic Busters Cap. I would like also to say that even that projects, there is also a lot of projects that are on topics that they have been also discussed during these days, like nature-based solutions, conservation, fisheries, and blue economy. And those can also be found in other priorities, because the environment is taken as a transversal. It's also a general objective of the program, and different projects tackle also these issues. Next slide, please. Okay, regarding the future, this is the Interreg Next Med program that is starting now, and now there have been 14 countries involved. Turkey has been also selected for this one. They have already signed the national agreement, and the budget has been increased with 244 million euros. In this new programmatic period, it is a lot of importance given to to address the common challenges, and also give an impulse to the synergies, also with our colleagues of the Mediterranean European Interreg, and also with the Union for the Mediterranean, and with all the programs that are also operating on the same area. Please. Yes, the proposed strategic architecture for the program enhances 5 policy objectives, 2 Interreg specific objectives, and 1 of them has been selected. Please, the next slide. Yes, regarding the policy objective on a green and low carbon and resilient Mediterranean, it is thought also to tackle different issues, especially the zero carbon economy, energy transition. Some of them remain the same, but also others are a little bit more new, as circular economy, that is also giving is taking also a present. It's very present now. A total of 96 million is allocated to this specific policy objective, and this corresponds to 42% of the program budget. Next slide, please. Yes, this is also due because there are different goals thought. A first is on standard, but a second is specific on green transition. And this is also aiming green results and support the environment and other projects that could be related to this. Thank you. This is all that I have prepared, and I hope it was clear enough.
Thank you, Irene. And moving quickly on, because we are running late, but Alessandra, the epitome of territorial cooperation, the Union for Mediterranean. What will the Union for the Mediterranean do differently, if anything, moving forward to reinforce territorial cooperation for specifically biodiversity protection and conservation in the region?
Many thanks, Anuska. Many thanks to everybody. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and the opportunity indeed to add, let's say, the perspective of the Union for the Mediterranean to these interesting reflections. I will link also to the questions that you did to the previous speakers, because in a certain way they directly knock on our mandate on how to bring, let's say, the Mediterranean together. As you know, the Union for the Mediterranean is the intergovernmental organization made up of the 42 Euro-Mediterranean countries that indeed are working together on converging and defining, let's say, the shared priorities and the common agenda for the region, indeed, to advance towards an overall sustainable development. So it was already, and I can follow up on what both Tarja and Irene, let's say, mentioned a few minutes ago. Let's say, within this logic of pooling resources and enhancing, let's say, coordination and cooperation in the region, we started a very close, let's say, dialogue with the various programs indeed operating in the region in order to ensure that understanding of the Mediterranean region be the same for everybody, not split. So trying to bring together the different elements, financing flows, human resources, indeed to maximize the impacts and effects. Now, what I would like to mention is that this dialogue took place and the actions are already taking place. So the results of the strong cooperation that we are having these days, which in a certain way also shows that upcoming, let's say, COP27, we will gather all together for the first time at a UN conference around, let's say, a Mediterranean pavilion. And the important thing is indeed the message, which is the Mediterranean region as one is going to be at COP27. Indeed, is just one of the expression of the many ways that we have found to synchronize our actions and contribute each one according to its own, let's say, mandate, capacity, and possibilities. So, in terms, let's say, of concrete advancement, I'd like also to take as example, indeed, the labeling of the governance projects of the Interreg Euromed. This is indeed following on what was said, the setting up of this thematic community and the overall objective of maximizing and amplifying the effect of this community to the entire region. Same applies also, with the strong cooperation that we have with NCBC MED. Again, even there, through our channels, through our resources, untapping what's there at the benefit of the region. And this has helped, of course, not just to, let's say, activate in a certain way even existing modalities for coordination, but of course has enhanced the action on common priorities and harmonization of the various approaches. Biodiversity at the UFM. You know that we had in 2021 the approval of the second UFM Ministerial on Environment and Climate Change. The first one was in 2014. And the 2014 one was actually marking the move of the Mediterranean region towards a green circular economy. It was even before the SDGs were approved. So the second one is just calling for an acceleration of this transformation, which is, of course, key also to biodiversity itself. So the understanding behind that is that without such a change of the economic model, let's say, targeted actions on biodiversity wouldn't actually be as beneficial as they have to be. So in whatever we are doing, we are trying to mainstream biodiversity. So whenever we work, let's say, in sectors such as agriculture, food system, tourism, we try indeed to bring the biodiversity component, the ecosystem component more structurally in. I'd like on this also to mention that precisely yesterday, we had the UFM Environment Task Force. As I said, we have two components within this Green Urban Agenda. One is on green circular economy, another one on pollution, and another one on biodiversity and ecosystem. Of course, beyond conservation, which is, of course, still very important, our future is very much focused on restoration, which has, of course, also strong implication in terms of investments. A new typology in investments, a new idea of green and blue finance, indeed, towards the new, let's say, restoration targets, those that will be set also within, let's say, COP15, just upcoming now, let's say, in December. Indeed, the Environment Task Force that we had yesterday, and this is also an example of the cooperation that we have with the 42, countries and stakeholders that could participate, was indeed around 4 upcoming COPs, the COP on climate change, Ramsar COP on wetlands, on endangered species, and indeed on biodiversity, as well as on the ongoing, let's say, plastic pollution agreement that has been launched at international level. So I will not add more because I think I'm taking more time than assigned. I would just like to mention that within, let's say, the close collaboration that we have indeed with Interreg and CBC, we are also trying, let's say, to foster the engagement of the countries of the South. We had 2 recent webinars, actually, with the Interreg precisely to make clear to the Southern Mediterranean countries how to, let's say, participate as active associate to the upcoming calls. The participation has been massive. So this is just, a very clear signal that all what's happening actually is what is needed and how, the territorial cooperation is coming in stronger, let's say, than ever in our UFM related context. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandra. And last but not least, Andres, if you could perhaps, if possible, briefly tell us how regional alliances foster greater cooperation between multi-level authorities. And over the next decade, are there new alliances, or what new alliances are needed if we are to improve dialogue and policy uptake in the region?
Thanks, Anushka. Good morning, everybody. The first point is congratulations to the MBPC and partners for so excellent projects. And IUCN is working in the Mediterranean. And as you know, IUCN is a membership union of government and civil society organizations. We work in more than 160 countries. We have more than 1,400 members and more than 15,000 experts around the world. And IUCN has an office, a Mediterranean Center in Malaga. The Mediterranean Center, the Center for Mediterranean Cooperation, we work with 14 states, more than 23 government agencies, 14 international NGOs, and more than 190 national NGOs in the Mediterranean. And we focalize in 6 working areas in the Mediterranean. The first one is nature-based solutions and climate change. The second one is marine biodiversity and blue economy. The third, economy, resilience and spatial planning. The fourth, nature conservation and food systems. The fifth, biodiversity knowledge and action. And the sixth is the regional focus on North Africa. I would like to focalize in one of the activities that we are working in North Africa, is the PPOSCAN, is the Small Initiative Program for organizations in the North Africa civil society. That is one activity that we are developing in the 4 countries in the North Africa, and is an excellent example to work together with the civil society and governments in North Africa. So this could be one example. And I would like to explain very briefly 7 experiences that we are working in the Mediterranean. The first one is the Mediterranean Consortium to Protect Biodiversity. We are working with different organizations, MedWet, the Mediterranean Wetland Initiative, MedPAN, Mediterranean Protected Area Network, the PIN, Mediterranean Small Island Initiative, Tour de Balad, the International Association for Mediterranean Forests, and IUCN Med. We are working together with the support of Conservatoire du Littoral to work with the Mediterranean Consortium for Biodiversity in the Mediterranean. It's an excellent example to work together in a consortium for 3 main goals. The first one is to protect and restore Mediterranean biodiversity. The second one is promote, implement, identify nature-based solutions. And the third one is to mobilize and support local communities to preserve natural resources and manage their impacts on health and quality of life. This consortium now is working for the next months, for example, to join project on nature-based solution in Mediterranean coastal area. We have this project co-financed by the French Development Agency and the French Facility for Global Environment. This one is one example. The second one is the project that we are developing about nature-based solutions, cities, and the Mediterranean. I don't want to forget that nature-based solution is a concept that to develop by IUCN, and now private sector, governments, and civil society, they are working nature-based solution. This concept is under IUCN projects. So we have this nature-based solution in Mediterranean cities, and we have created a nature-based solution cities observatory, where we are working with universities, local government, NGOs, and private sector. That is a key point that I don't want to forget. That is to involve now and in the future the private sector in the Mediterranean for these projects. The third one is Life Adaptamed. It's a project that we have developed in in 3 natural areas, and we are protecting ecosystem services. We are working with regional, local governments, and civil society. That is a key point for climate change, and the Life Adaptament is an excellent example to work together. The fourth one is the Alborán project. Alborán is the sea that we have in the Mediterranean amongst Spain, Morocco, and Algeria. And we are developing this project with the concept of considered the Alborán as a unique environment on the sea. So we are working with these 3 countries, Spain, Algeria, and Morocco, as example for to conservation and biodiversity in this area. The fifth one is the MIT project. It's a project that we are developing under the concept of nature-based solution and ecotourism. That is a key point that we are working with civil society and private sector, the MIT. The third one is another example about nature-based solution for the Mediterranean Sea, is the conservation of blue carbon ecosystem. We have developed, for example, a manual of creation of new marine protected areas or areas that we can work about carbon projects, and is an example to work together with regional, national governments, and private sector and local NGOs. And the last but not the least one is the Mediterranean solutions. It has been an example that we have developed it in the last IUCN Congress in Marseille, that 12 conservation organizations under the leadership of MAVA Foundation, we have worked and identified new projects for the future, for the next months and the next years. We have worked together, and we are working together with ACOBANS, Conservatoire del Litoral, IUCN, MEDPAM, MEDWET, UNEMAP, SPARAC, the UNEMAP Plan Bleu, and WW Mediterranean, and the Med Fund. We are working together to develop this concept of the Mediterranean nature-based solution and project for conservation of biodiversity and local people. So the main message from IUCN is that if we work together in a complex Mediterranean, it's a big solution for nature-based solution for the biodiversity and the Mediterranean people. So please, we must work together if we want to increase the biodiversity, to save the biodiversity in the Mediterranean and the local people. That is the key message from IUCN Med. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our panel of speakers for very interesting interventions. I'm having a little bit of anxiety here because I have 3 hangry men to my right. Hangry is an English word meaning hungry and angry. And we're very, very late, so I think it's not just us who are getting hangry. I think everybody is. But it does make me realize that time actually is probably one of the biggest luxuries we can have. And as Danae said, we still have a little bit of time for decisive action. But let's face it, it's getting short. We need to act, and we need to act now. And we've really clearly heard that we each have a role to play. Some of us have a supportive role, some of us have a leading role. But whatever role we play, we are not going to get a play unless we are all present on the stage. And I think the MBPC play a very important role in terms of a supportive role, and all the organisations represented here today. We are doing a lot. There's a lot of action going on, the EU, the regions, the local level, the organisations. So it's clear there's a lot going on. Everybody should be congratulated for that. But let's not get complacent. Let's take a deep breath and let's, realise and reflect. There's a lot more to do, and we need to do it. At the end of the day, no matter what level or what stakeholder we represent, we have the same common goal. We want a clean Mediterranean. We need a healthier Mediterranean. I mean, let's face it, biodiversity is worth it. We're worth it. My children are definitely worth it, and I'm sure yours are too. So let's, together we are stronger, and let's make it happen. We can do it. It started off with a very sad note about climate change and how terrible the situation is in the Mediterranean. But I feel very optimistic leaving, that everybody is engaged, lots more to do. We can do it. And I would just like to ask Jorgos, who you will have seen throughout the morning doing these wonderful drawings. So do take some time to go and look at yourselves and his interpretations of your key messages. And maybe we'll just hear from Jorgos very briefly, and then Danea to
I'm overwhelmed. It's amazing how many names, how many initiatives, how many examples, good practices, and actually it's what really impresses more is when things happen. And this is what we see, like there were so nice examples from Catalonia and from Italy, the region of Puglia. It's examples where you see that if we just stop talking and being self-comprehensive, like we start really making plans and make them work, and there is so much, so many things that are good examples, and I wish that it could be like this could become the mirror for all the rest of the Mediterranean to see how things can work, like to believe that it's not only about complaining, like what institutions don't do, what communities don't do, but just get into trying to find out how they can do things. And once you see that the things can work, and once you see that there is also finance possibilities, and there is also this absolute need for something new, it's I think there is a big need for communicating all that, like to learn from Puglia, to learn from Catalonia, to learn from all those these examples which Malaga was just explaining today. This is the way, and this is what gives us hope. And I'm really very thankful for today's very intense inputs. I'm still working on them to make something out that you can use in your communication.
Thank you, Jorgos. It's always nice to have a different perspective. And just before I let you all go for lunch, I'd like to please invite Danae up for a closing conclusion. But don't worry, I'll protect you from these hungry people.
No, I think all the messages are on the table, and I think that I do agree. Maybe you mentioned the difference between yesterday, how we started about really things are not going the right direction, and then, hearing bit by bit about really these small lights of things that are working the right way. I think it's really, again, about key terms, upscaling, transferring, cooperating, and making things happen. And it's true, time is really very tight. Somebody mentioned today that the window of opportunity is really closing very fast, and that's a reality. Let's face it, let's work together. And again, I mean, it's really a very nice environment and a laboratory to exchange on these nice things. Next step is really to put things together, get the needed financing, and develop and upscale. That's it, I think, as a closing. I hope everybody got a bit to think about during lunch. And we will be, after lunch, having our final session on transferability. So I hope that the colleagues online are still there. And Ceres from NECBC has been part of this event, and we didn't want to finalize MBPC project before making sure that we are transferring things to other projects, other communities, and other shores of the Mediterranean. So be with us in the afternoon, and you will hear a lot, and it will be interactive, sure. Bon appétit, everyone, and thank you a lot for our online speakers and participants.
Yet again, I have failed on the one job that a moderator is really supposed to do, and that's give you information. So after the lunch, we will be coming back here for the first part of the transferability session. Okay? So move back to the main room for the first part.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to this final session of our event. I'm Carolina from MedCities Association. We are one of the partners of the MBPC, and we are also a partner to the project ENSERES. And I will be one of the persons facilitating this final session. As you all know, MBPC is coming to an end. It has been a really intense work with excellent results, as we have been seeing during the previous sessions. The work of 18 projects, and this has generated a huge amount of knowledge, experiences, and tools. And that is why during the morning session we were talking about the policy uptake of the results and the key messages of the community. And this afternoon we will focus more on the transferability of these results to other territories, to other contexts. And the session will be divided in two parts. I mean, during the first part we will be here in this venue understanding how ENSERES has been built and what we have achieved in the first year of implementation. We still have 1 year to go. And then we will move to the atrium, to a market, in which some of these tools that have been successfully applied through the community and also through other projects, you will have the occasion to get to know them better and to assess if you actually see potential to transfer them through other initiatives to your territories, through your institutions. So there's a lot of good material in that market, and we invite you to be very actively seeking that product that surely you need and is there. But first of all, I would like to tell you a bit where ENSERES comes from, because ENSERES actually was born within the context of the biodiversity protection community. Already from the beginning of the project, we had quite some exchange between ETC, EUMA, and MedCities, especially as to some gaps or some elements that we could not implement through the MBPC and that we thought were very important and crucial to have a real impact. One of them was that through the MBPC, we were limited as to what we could do in local action in the territories, and especially we have this vision that we saw very important and crucial to act not only on protected areas, but also outside protected areas, in urban areas, in other contexts that is actually where most pressures are generated and most benefits are received. And we wanted to try to work on start finding a balance and a communication and a partnership between these areas. We also were limited to act in the south or in the east, and we thought it's crucial if you want to have impact at Mediterranean scale. It's crucial that we cooperate in the whole basin and that we transfer and exchange and implement outside the European Union boundaries. And we also, on the basis of what I said first, we also saw that there was a lot of room to bring together different actors, communities, inside and outside protected areas, and networks, also to make networks work closer together. So then we started sharing these ideas with other very active members of the community. We discussed this approach with MedPan, and we saw that we were in agreement on this need to work inside and outside the protected areas with the SPARAC and the SPA Twinning program. That is also a really great tool to bridge this Mediterranean scale gap with MedC Foundation that has a great experience on governance models, tested successful governance models on wetlands restoration, and we thought that knowledge was really also very important for the project. And we saw this call by the NCBC Med program on capitalization and started giving to all these conversations and agreements the shape of a project. In this project, we really wanted to test and transfer the solutions, and we thought about which could be the territories of implementation. we got in contact with Tire Coast Nature Reserve, and it's a natural reserve that is within the boundaries and under the management of a municipality, of a city, so we thought that was a very good case. And then we approached the city of Sfax, one of the first members of the MedCities network, and most active, and actually is where the home of our territorial antenna for Tunisia, and is located in the Gulf of Gabes. That is a really extremely important ecosystem and area, and with many coastal and marine challenges, and very close and in the area of influence of natural areas, protected areas, Kerkena and the Kenny Islands. So, talking with the local territories and building on those on gaps we identified at that level that could benefit from a transfer from all this knowledge generated, we built Enceres. And Enceres aims then to bridge this gap between communities and networks, to test solutions inside and outside protected areas, and especially to broaden all these results by the MBPC and also by other projects and make them really effective at a broader Mediterranean scale. And now I will pass the word to Christoph, Enceres project manager, that will give some more details on the project and start an exchange with our partners to showcase a bit what all this means in practice and where have we got already in the first year of implementation and what we have ahead. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carolina. I will not go into too much details. If we can pass one slide, it would be great. Just to have a bit of background of Enceres. Thank you. Enceres, as Carolina already told, is all about practical use of tools. Enceres does not only mean enhancing socio-ecological resilience in Mediterranean coastal areas, and I'd like to emphasize this always, but Enceres, for the Spanish-speaking community here, are very well aware. Enceres are like tools, equipment, furniture for home and professional use. So Enceres isn't just a acronym on itself, but it has also already a meaning which is linked to many of the activities which we are doing and which we are still will do in the next 12 months of project implementation. In this way, we complement the work of MBPC, as Carolina already mentioned, where MBPC collected from this wide and vast community of projects and of partners a lot of tools from the territories, from the projects, and published it in this comprehensive Mediterranean biodiversity protection tools catalog. We complement this and go a bit further. We have now this nice catalog. We have complemented it with tools not only from the Interreg Med community, but also from the NECVC Med community and other projects and initiatives. And we have complemented it by now bringing it back to the territories. So now we have a great toolkit, great tool catalog, and we now want to see, okay, which are the tools which could be used and applied, transferred to the territories we have, Sfax and Tir, and also to the Mediterranean as a whole. This is done through different activities, and I think we would like to share with you a short visual impression of such a visit, of such an exchange, which was done recently, organized by Metsi Foundation in Oristano, and I think it's a very nice way of illustrating this. So, the video, please.
The humankind has modified natural landscapes for centuries, but in the last The Mediterranean, cradle of progress and civilization, suffers from the excessive exploitation of natural resources, pollution and climate change. The overall impact of these forces seriously threatens the balance on which Mediterranean livelihoods are based. The priceless value of its natural resources, the well-being and beauty that for centuries have characterized our societies. A new harmony needs to be found. The Enceres project, funded by NECBC-MED European program, aims to protect the fragile environmental heritage of Mediterranean marine coastal areas and the economic benefits they can offer. The Enceres project works to ensure that innovative governance and collaboration models are studied, shared and replicated by the great Mediterranean family. The financing of projects in the Gulf of Gabes, Tunisia, and in the nature reserve of Tyre, Lebanon, getting together to exchange with other regions. Biodiversity tools and complex management models is helping to find new balance with nature. These are times for extraordinary interactions, where progress and difficulties are discussed, and new project and solution formulated, bridging cities, coasts, and marine protected areas. The vast sea that sometimes divides shortens its distances, uniting us in a dialogue to invest in a better and sustainable future.
As mentioned in the video, there are certain elements, exchange, cooperation, bridging cities and protected areas. If you could put up the next couple of slides. So this is at the heart of Enceres, not working only at the local level, but we're trying also to upscale and network beyond the sites and look at the whole Mediterranean. There's one point, so as Carolina mentioned, we have our different networks and regional actors here present and in the project. There's MedCities with and hardly visible the soon to be 70 member cities all over the place. The network of marine protected area managers with 8 founding members, 70 members, 49 partners that are working on the whole Mediterranean level, and SPARAC and its SPAMI network also covering vast areas in different countries of the Mediterranean. These networks are crucial to reach out, to upscale our efforts and reach a wide community, not only in the Mediterranean biodiversity protection community, but also linking them to the urban managers, resource managers, and coastal zone managers. So we are trying by combining the networks, by combining different regional actors, to remove these borders, to look at the Mediterranean as a whole, and trying to upscale, replicate, transfer tools as wide as possible with the help of local, regional, and national partners. With this, I would like to address a few questions to our representatives of the network organizations in order to get a few first-hand opinions about the work that has been done so far. The first question is dedicated to both of you. Carol Martinez, who's a project policy manager at MedPan, Josep Canals, Secretary General of MedCities, that you've already heard this morning. And we wanted to know how can we bring about change and promote inclusion of nature-based solutions, of ecosystem-based management approaches in the work of the networks, and bring it to local urban policies and to local MPA management practices. So, please.
Thank you so much for having me here again. Well, let's acknowledge again that by design, marine protected areas are providing nature-based solutions. So how can we make it more clear? How can we better articulate this reality? I think it's about ourselves, our own level as a network of MPA. It's about communicating about the different nature-based solutions that at the site level MPAs can provide, as a network level we can provide. Definitely we shared yesterday how MPA can, for instance, support resilience. But we are talking here about a lot more nature-based solution in terms of food security. Marine protected areas support good management of commercial fish stocks. We are talking about, for instance, well-being, and all the development of the ecotourism is providing this nature-based solution about health and well-being. So it's definitely about better communicating this reality, and we all know that sometimes it goes better with impactful facts and figures. So through the Interreg MPA network project, for instance, we have supported a pilot analysis in the Balearic Island about natural capital accounting. And thanks to this analysis, it has been clearly state and witness how big can be the return on investment when you preserve properly, efficiently coastal and marine ecosystem. You have definitely multiple benefits from an economical, from a social point of view, in terms of jobs, in terms of deployment of, for instance, tourism activities. So the more we can deploy the kind of analysis to articulate our communication around the nature-based solution of MPAs, the better it will be. But again, this can work only if the marine protected areas are properly, effectively managed. So in the face of climate change, it's not only about having the proper means in terms of staff, in terms of equipment, both for surveillance. It's about anticipating how the climate change will impact the different ecosystem, and thus how this different ecosystem can cope with this impact and can keep on providing nature-based solutions. So I would say the third way to articulate and to inject more or to make more clear that marine protected area at the local and network level are providing nature-based solution is to equip ourselves with proper tools for anticipating the impact and adapting as well our management. So, you know, it's all linked. We have a very powerful tool that has been acknowledged worldwide, but we need as well to reflect on how we can improve our management approaches. And in this regard, climate change is a real game changer. So we need to reflect at the site level and the network level how together marine protected area can still provide nature-based solution. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know what it's taekwondo or judo. That if you if you can have the force of the adversary to in your profit. So I think that in climate change now that we are reaching the tipping point. I think it's when it's closer to. Yesterday we were discussing with someone, I don't know, but when it's closer to us, humans react. We haven't react when we see the polar bear having difficulties to acquire a length of ice to hunt. But when fires are approaching and torrential rains are approaching in Mediterranean, then maybe we can realize, and that is what we have to take advantage of it. And local authorities can do this in some aspects, because I think that nature-based solutions, we can do it by we can approach to our cities in our case by communicating, of course. And this leads me to one thing that I like to say everywhere I can regarding this kind of projects, how we can go out these four walls. We here are all convinced. I think that we are all convinced. But we have to reach, we have said, we have to reach general public. We are the ones, one of the ones that can be a vehicle to arrive to general public, because we are closer, as I said before. And I think we need to do that, and we need to express and explain all the fantastic work that you have done, and I want to congratulate for you for more than 3 years, and before in Panacea, and now that it has to come. So yeah, I think NCERES is a good tool, as you said, to that. But we need all of us, I think, we need to be an army of voices explaining, not to others like us, but to our fathers and sisters, that someone is working to improve nature, and that we need to change behaviors. And because if they only see it in television, maybe they will believe, but maybe they will believe us more, because they trust in us. So I think that all of us, we have to be to diffuse. And networks like ours also can do something that I said before, this raise awareness among those mayors that are not aware. And there are still many mayors that are not aware, because, believe it or not, they are humans also. and they have the same fears and the same expectancies that the rest of the mortals have. So we need to convince them and maybe raise awareness. And we have said there is a lot of money available, but they don't know, some of them, they don't know that there is money to do that. And some others, they don't know how to use it and how to transform it into projects into their own villages. And this is why, for example, mid-cities exist. And trying to be to respond to the question. We can be this vehicle, but we have a lot of work to do that I think we are. I don't want to be pessimistic, but we have still a lot of work to do in front of us. So, but we need to do it, and we can do this as networks. As I said, communicating better with our mayors. Communicating with the general public, be open to the general public and let them press us to change things. And all of this through projects. And we can do projects, for example, by incorporating nature and biodiversity into our cities, what we call greening cities. And we, for example, we have a project with is the municipality of Barcelona, I think, and sometimes I confuse with the Barcelona metropolitan area. They are not here, so they will... Pardon me, this confusion, but in the Middle East, in Jordan, in Palestine, and in Lebanon, and maybe there we can provide a different approach to nature-based solutions. It's not the same creating sustainable development drainage systems in Barcelona than in Jeddah, in Jordan. So maybe greening means not greening, not making grey, but maybe it's not green what the solution there. Well, but what I mean is that projects can do a lot, not only to do things we need to implement, but to realize that things can happen and others can copy, and we are there to spread and help them to copy or to adapt these kind of solutions.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about this outreach and how to copy and engage, to transfer. What, in terms of more at institutional network level, what kind of alliances need to be strengthened and built to foster this cooperation at local level?
Well, it's some of them that we have. Some of them we have done it already. Being in this consortium is a kind of alliance. And this allow us also to make to strengthen a relationship. We have been discussing, for example, with Plan Bleu to increasing our we have been cooperating of the guidelines, as I said, but we can maybe strengthen our relation and have that with MedPan, for example. Yeah, I think it would be something unheard, I would say, that marine protected areas are linked in some way with local authorities, which, as I said before, and I think is not intuitive, is that discrete scale, a point, a dot, react with a surface in one dimension with two dimensions. Maybe it's not so obvious not to do that, and I think it's another way also to raise awareness among the population. When we say we are making an agreement with some kind of agreement or work together with a network like a MedPan, for example, or when we are part of the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean Commission of Sustainable Development, part of the Barcelona Convention system, we are also, and I think that listening to Tatiana this morning, I thought that maybe we can increase we're members of the Commission, but maybe we could be more active. And how? And it's something that I said in the COP in Antalya. The agendas are made by states to be implemented in many cases by local authorities in documents where local authorities are not mentioned. So and then because of that there are no money, no resources to do that. So I think it's key, because we have the right scale for some things, not all of them, but for when we are speaking about wastewater treatment or to reduce the arriving litter on the sea, of course local authorities can do a lot of that. But I think that this kind of alliances, not saying, and for the Union, for the Union for the Mediterranean, we are based in Barcelona both. We can work. We are increasing our relations, and sometimes states have seen local authorities of some kind of counterpower. No, we are saying no. We are here to cooperate. We have to complement, because one without the other, the agendas will not be implemented, I think.
Shola? Yeah. No, definitely alliances are critical. They are a must to ensure marine and coastal conservation. As we discussed yesterday, the marine protected area cannot be seen as an isolated tool. For being effective, they need a good governance, and good governance means to work hand in hand with the different stakeholders, with the different decision makers, and this implies the local decision makers, the municipalities. I would like to mention that, since we are in the run-up of the climate change COP 27, some analyses have been highlighting what they call a climate change breakthrough. And as part of them, cross-cutting planning has been identified as one breakthrough to make action happening on climate change adaptation and mitigation. And as a key indicator and objective, they have 10,000 cities involved in cross-cutting planning. And this is actually a way to echo what you just said. You can do, as a mayor, as local decision makers, you can decide the present, the future of your territory. But I would say as well the future of your coastal area and the future of your sea, the shared sea between municipalities, regions, and countries. So in this regard, when you look at, for instance, the map of the Mediterranean Sea, when it comes to planning, and MPA is in a certain way a plan, it's an area-based tool, you have to look at the different concentric plan. So the MPA, the marine spatial planning, sometimes the transboundary agreement. So it's like Russian dolls, it's concentric, and everything has to be coherent. So from the local to the regional, the national, I would say the maritime basin and even the regional sea, all this planning have to talk to each other. They have to be coherent. They have to play in synergy. So this is why alliance is so important. And we discussed last week at our annual workshop this key dimension of governance, what good governance means at the different level, and what could be the key recommendation And actually, the fact that we have to integrate more our MPAs into the wider context, into the bigger plans, has been highlighted as a key recommendation. So definitely, alliance between networks, network of MPAs, MEDPAN, and network of Mediterranean City, MedCity make fully sense in order to see how we can work in synergy, how the mayors, the municipalities can better take into account the sea just in front of them. We have good examples already. I can mention too, Cap d'Agde is really involved in the management of the marine protected area, just in front of the city, and is taking advantage of the presence of the marine protected area. The same, Marseille. Marseille has seen the very first peri-urban national park in France. And it's a premiere in France, and the challenge is how this big city can take care of a quite original landscape, but as well ecosystem, just nearby, next door actually, with the Calanque National Park, that is including a marine park and marine area. So there is definitely harmony possible, synergy possible, but we have to see how our different tools or our different plans have to think together. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. Very inspiring and very interesting. I think you touch upon these challenges of socio-ecological resilience when it comes to also employment, climate change, adaptive management, and yeah, the question about alliances and collaboration is key, and I think this is also part of INSEADES, that we bring together these networks, that we bring together cities and marine protected areas, as we see later. And I think INSEADES could be a nice tool to further enhance this cooperation. From these networks now, I would go over to another regional key stakeholder, key actor when it comes to biodiversity protection, to SPARAC. I think, Carolina, you want to address the question, I think.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I would like to ask you to share with us the experience of SPARAC is to facilitate in the uptake of best practices and tools also among territories, but also at the policy level.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Christophe, and all the speakers. Many thanks to the organizers of this event for having invited me, and congratulations for the interesting discussions of these sessions. So transferability and strengthening capacities are the core value of SPARAC work. I think, as you may know, SPARAC is the secretariat of the SPABD protocol, which aims to protect areas of particular nature or cultural value in the Mediterranean, and this protocol established especially the SPAMI list, which is the specially protected areas of Mediterranean importance list, and aims also to protect and conserve endangered species and their habitats. That's to say that our work is under, as it is under Barcelona Convention, which is a regional sea convention from UNEP. It is an intra-governmental organization, and it is steered by governmental representatives, unlike big NGOs or other partners here. But this doesn't prevent us from being in contact and having cooperation activities with the several actors of biodiversity in countries, and also partners acting at Mediterranean region scale. So if we look at, for example, the elaboration of post-2020 sub-bio, which is the strategic action program for biodiversity in the Mediterranean, it was built based on the best practices, the activities undertaken by countries with a very strong bottom-up participating process at country level themselves, with 17 workshops at country level discussing what are the best practices to build on the new strategy, what are the needs at country level, with local NGOs and national stakeholders. And afterward, we the review of all these reports, we built another layer, which is the sub-regional documents with the orientations for biodiversity conservation at sub-regional level. And here were all the interesting discussions, upscaling the ambitions of countries, several countries, and working on action-oriented strategies for other countries. So all that resulted in goals and actions for the strategy. Of course, there is the other strategy for marine protected areas and OECM that is part of the whole thing. You saw the small video yesterday about this strategy. I will not speak about it in detail. So the most important thing to say that policies adopted now at Mediterranean at Mediterranean level are built on the local initiatives and local needs. These strategies will want to shift paradigms to the famous transformative change in Mediterranean. And finally, I want to say that, of course, INSERES contributes to the capitalization on these strategies with several activities, especially the donor conference, the participation to the donor conference in a few months for the sub-bio strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Very important, that bottom-up approach to regional policies, very much needed. I would like also to ask you, talking about local, about the SPAMI list and how this SPAMI instrument serves also for cooperation and for strengthening the management of protected areas.
Thank you. SPAMI list is a very important tool that
we are valorizing now with several activities. In fact, the SPAMI twinning program that you spoke about a few minutes ago is a very important tool to strengthen the effectivity of management in SPAMIs. That program started with the Italian Ministry of Environment Support in 2018, and now we are capitalizing on that. We are replicating that best practices exchange tool in the framework of INSERES project with exchanges and twinning programs between Tir Coast Nature Reserve in Lebanon and the Medes Island SPAMI in Spain, which is a very, very interesting activity of best practices exchange. And the second twinning is between Kneis Island Nature Reserve from the region of Sfax in Tunisia and the Parc Marin de la Côte Bleue in southern France, which is a SPAMI also, of course. And the second component of the SPAMI twinning program is the involvement of civil society organizations in the SPAMI management, which is very important. Sub-grants are awarded to very local civil society organizations to participate, to be involved in management or socio-economic activities for their sustainability, of course, in and around the SPAMIs. Exchanges should be organized between these civil society organizations also. There is also the SPAMI collaborative platform, which is a website with all the information on SPAMIs, and it will be improved and in the framework of INSERES also. And the last activity with the SPAMIs is the SPAMI Day, which is a gathering of all SPAMI managers at the mid-April of each 2 years. But the SPAMI Day is each year at April, 1 year with the local festivity celebration, and 1 year with the gathering of all SPAMI managers to promote cooperation within SPAMI and within Mediterranean MPAs in general. I think that's it. I hope I was not too long.
No. Thank you so much, Sarah. Yes. Let me tell everybody that the SPAMI twinning program is one of the tools that will be featured in the market, so you will all have the opportunity to ask her more questions and get to understand this mechanism better. So now, after listening what's going on in terms of networks at the Mediterranean level and this institutional framework of UNEP-MAP and SPARAC, I would like to call our local partners to share their experience and how they are living this process of NCERES, of the transferability and getting engaged actually in this mechanism. So first, I would call Ali from Tiree Coast Natural Reserve to showcase a bit your experience and application of these tools, all this transfer exercise, how it's that is still ongoing, but how it's progressing in Tiree.
Thank you, Carolina, Christophe, all. I have a presentation. It should appear, please. Thank you. So I will talk about the cooperation, communication between marine protected area and municipality as a new dialogue through NCERES project. Next, please. So I will take you, you can also go next because there is like animation, it should be. Okay. I will take you far to the Eastern Mediterranean, to Lebanon, to the south, to Tir City, where Tir Coast Nature Reserve were created in 1998. In fact, please, the slide back. If you give me a pointer, it will be easier for me. Please. So now you saw all the presentation. Okay, sorry. Oops. So now we're good. Yeah, Tir Coast Nature Reserve was created in 1999. Tir Coast Nature Reserve, as all the marine protected area in the Mediterranean, they are characterized by marine terrestrial ecosystem, including sandy beach, sand dunes, coralligenous assemblages, seagrass. Also, one of the most important characteristics of Tir Coast Nature Reserve is the presence of an archaeological site. It is about a natural spring water that formed like a kind of aqueduct. So here I will present some details about Tir Coast Nature Reserve and how it's work. In fact, we divided the reserve into 3 zones. A touristic zone where people can come, swim, recreation, water sport, eating. And we have the scientific zone. Here we have all the scientific research, monitoring, observation. And also here we are doing a lot of awareness and sensibilization. And we have the agricultural zone. Here it's about farming, food supply, and also water supply. And we have now with our ongoing management plan, we have a new zone, the Tir waters, the Tir Coast Nature Reserve waters. Here we can fishing, exportation, also research and diving and snorkeling. I am presenting all this kind of division and the details of our reserve to show you how much the municipality and the local community are involved in the management of our reserve. So one of the challenges and opportunities and how municipality thinks it's always about increasing economy. So after this it will be job opportunity and of course capacity building, exchange and cooperation. For the reserve it is more related with management effectiveness and all the sectors that come under this big title. So the point is, when all this kind of people are sitting together, like decision maker, practitioner, local community, and manager, we can know the law and regulations that are ongoing, and we can enforce to execute this law. And also taking decision by always keeping in mind to have this balance between capacity, time, and resource. Here comes the NCERES project. The NCERES project, in fact, helped us a lot as Tir Coast Nature Reserve. We are an associate and we are a partner and we are a pilot area. by involving, helping us and enhancing the involvement of local community in the activity of our reserve. By, like, we call it a call of sub-grant, they give opportunity to local community to work in tier and in the reserve on activities that the city and the reserve needed and under the supervision of the reserve. So taking the environmental condition. So keeping in mind always the protection and conservation of our natural resources. And also capacity building. This is so much important because within the NCRS project, it gives us like more training of our staff and people, students of our country and of our cities. And they put on our hands like some tools to face challenges, local, regional, and Mediterranean especially, like marine litter, like biodiversity data, also exchange experience. That is one of the most important of NCRS projects that give us this kind of exchange between, let's say, Mediterranean coastal cities and Mediterranean MPA, and it is so much important. The training program also gives us the opportunity to develop our capacity and exchange this knowledge. And it is one of the most important things because the visibility that help pilot area to have this visibility. So today I am here and I'm presenting Tier Coast Natural Reserve because of the NCRS project. This is one of the most important things and will help us a lot to develop our capacities. Yeah, this is, sorry. So this is one example of the tools that we will see now after the presentation, and it helps us a lot. So in general, it's a recapitulative of all this, a summary of all this. So when we have this link between municipality and MPA, it will help us to have a good power because MPA is like, we will enforce the execution of law that will help us to have a sustainable monitoring program. And keeping in mind that we are conserving, protecting, and we have data. So we have more projects, more fund, more collaboration, and more communication between all. Just to conclude, it was fast, but just to conclude that to say, keep an eye on the Eastern Mediterranean, and alone you go faster, and together you go further. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this enthusiastic presentation and for that, that very good final message. I would like now to call Mohamed Wajdi to share the experience from SFAX also through this project.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you. Maybe it's not easy for me to speak English, but I will try, and you forgive my English. Maybe if I will not find a word, I will speak it in French, or maybe in Arabic. First of all, I would like to thank our partners, Mid-Cities, Malaga, our associates in SFAX, for this opportunity given to my city, to SFAX, to get involved in brand new thematic, new theme, which is maritime environment. It's new for us, but it's very important for my city, for our cause, for the local actors who work on the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems. Find a municipality, a big municipality like my city, in a project like NCRS, it's new and even strange in Tunisia, because I think, and unfortunately, the local authorities have not skills on the cows. Our municipality is very motivated to participate effectively in this project, and it has associated with three other municipalities, and with university, and with a company of Taparura. This great adventure with NCRS has made us discover a new world of people who are real fighters, In the project included, our agent will be able to learn from other experience and exchange good practice, like a visit of Oristano is very important for our technical services. In September, we organized an information meeting with the association that participate in a major call for project. There are 5 associations that each have their own project. In this, true that there is a lot of money, I think, but maybe we usually this question began usually, and we said if we are real something in Mediterranean, I hope that our commitment will be beloved by other municipalities in Tunisia. Working on north and south, cooperation will be able to involve local authorities. This participation of my city, Sfax, in the project give us a new horizon for change with good coordination. I think yesterday I listened to many words. They remember me what our grandparents said usually. Golfe of Gabès est le cœur et les poumons de la Méditerranée. Mais ce golfe-là est presque lié la ville de Sfax jusqu'au sud, aux îles, à la ville de Gabès et aux îles de Kerkena. Et je crois qu'on a beaucoup de défis, surtout peut-être 2 choses. Les villes n'ont pas de compétences, mais aussi il y a un désengagement de l'État et c'est très dangereux. Je crois que ce projet-là nous donne un nouveau élan pour s'impliquer plus et je remercie MedCity et l'Université de Malaga pour cette opportunité et j'espère qu'on va continuer encore dans nos efforts pour la Méditerranée parce que vraiment ça mérite, franchement, ça mérite par rapport aux défis qu'on est. Et j'espère qu'on réussira à minimiser au moins les dégâts pour les années qui viennent. Merci.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the municipality of Sfax for accepting joining this project that is a pioneering experience, as you said, of a municipality in Tunis looking into the sea, the marine ecosystem in its relation to it, and I think it's very important also to incorporate such a urban context, advancing its relation with the ecosystem surrounding it. So I think we will have the opportunity to address questions during the market. That is a much more informal setting. So before we close this session, I would like to ask all participants whether you have any final remark or take-home message that you want to share with us.
Yes, I would like to say something first. Let me see you well in high definition. Almost in 3D, almost in 4D. I want to thank you, all of you, because one of my passions it's been the protection of biodiversity during all my life. So it's not only institutional but personal. I want to acknowledge and agree your efforts and regarding and let me highlight ETC Universidad de Málaga. Universidad de Málaga, official name, and let me highlight members of my team, Carolina Perez and Mireia Lopez Baeta, for their work, and we've been very proud, and they've been very passionate and tiring efforts, but very passionate. So thank you very much because you give prestige to MedCities. So thank you. Just to finalize, one of the things that I said that I wanted to use MedCities too is to also make diffusion, not only for example, on the pilot of Sfax and how we can replicate it among our cities, but the conclusions of this very project, of this community. Where, since we are based in Barcelona, the capital of Catalonia, we will be presenting, we are more accessible to them. We will be presenting the conclusions of these projects and the other three to the Parliament of Catalonia. Presenting the political recommendations and all the tools that you have created in order for them, if they can absorb or change or improve the laws or create no new laws in Catalonia. We will do as well with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, which they will become observer member of MedCities if the Assembly approve it by the end of the month, is the Assembly of the whole state parliaments of the Mediterranean. And we have been discussing this with the Secretary General. They are happy to receive the recommendations. So it's like a commitment that MedCities takes here in order to help to diffuse, it's correct, to diffuse this, all the work that you have done during more than 3 years. Thank you.
A big thank you as well on behalf of MEDPAN. MEDPAN is partner of NCRS, and we're really delighted this opportunity to further share, to transfer the tools we have within our networks, but as well to meet maybe new partners and to, in a certain way, to have been a matchmaker. No, definitely it has been a real opportunity to share further, to see how we can go beyond our own community, to discuss with important decision makers. And I echo what Mr. Khan has just said. We need definitely to work hand in hand with decision makers at the local level, national level, with parliament members. And we will be very pleased to share our recommendation. We have been delighted to have you at our final event in Barcelona last June, and you took part to our roundtables. So it shows already an interest, and we are very about that. But in terms of transfer, we need to walk the talk more with the policy arena. I really appreciate this morning the opportunity we had to hear more from the European Commission, but I do believe we need to organize more and more this kind of opportunity to meet the European institution, the regional organization, because this is where we can share not only knowledge, not only know-how, but as well insight. And we can definitely support good decision making thanks to this kind of gathering. So thank you so much for this great opportunity.
Thank you. I will be very short. I was really delighted to participate, to speak during this final event of MBPC, and I would be okay to go, Ali, together within NCRS all together and even further. So that's it. Thank you.
So for me, I already passed my two take-home message. I will add something. Let's act as one Mediterranean, European and non-European country. This is the most important thing. This is one. Yeah. And second, it's like so efficacious and so important because how we can see this NCRS project and how it was so efficacious for this pilot area. I'm talking Tir Coast Nature Reserve. So my colleague from Tunisia will talk about facts. And it is so important to act very like one Mediterranean. And again, thank you for everything. Thank you to Dania, to the effort, to Christophe, and to Carolina, everyone. Carol also, Saba, everyone. So thank you so much.
Yes, maybe I think we should listen more to cities and to local actors, because problem of Mediterranean is local problems, and we should find solution in local part of Mediterranean. Second thing, maybe we should work more with local authorities, because we find solution in this area in local places and with local actors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to all on the stage, to everyone here. The good thing about this is not a closure of this project, of NCEDES. All these take-home messages, all the messages, we will take them up, we will implement them, I guess, and we'll take them further. Just also to highlight, METC Foundation, which is present here, is also part of the team. We have reserved a special place in now the interactive part for them, so also to show their contribution, their great work within NCEDES. But so just to let you know, our project is still alive. It's going to have 1 more year almost to produce and have impact over the whole Mediterranean, from local to regional. But talking about closure, I think Dania wanted to give a short closure before we go in what we promised, an interactive session.
Yes, I will not add much. I think just to go back to how this project started, and I think this is what we are hearing. I mean, there needs to be opportunities for other side of the Mediterranean to also have a space for these types of experiments, for these types of testing, for these types of transferability. And I think, I mean, we have had already 2 workshops, one in Tunis and one in Tyre, and I think it makes lots of sense. I've seen the interactions, I've seen people that had never had the chance to contact each other, that were already in several meetings together, several workshops together, and it's about these connections. I think, MedPan, you have this as a very high lemma in your activities, or already this network of people, and I think it needs to go beyond MedPan. And we had in the MBPC and in Panacea some love stories between some projects. So we ended Panacea with a love story, was it between Amare and Sonsoles? Where are you? MPA Adapt, right? Yes, where they found really a niche to work together and to think broader than their own projects. We started on day 2 doing that, saying, okay, the puzzle, where is the missing piece? I look abroad. And I think this is what we wanted. So we incubated, I guess, through NCEDES, this possible love story between actors that are working on the ground, but maybe not always looking at each other's. And I think, I mean, as networks between mainly MedCities and MedPan, this is what we would like to get. Something really concrete. We thought we had some already meetings, it's not a secret, to see what could be driving from a project life toward a permanent, somehow, working group or prioritization of some activities. In my mind, this link between very, I would say, pressured or impacted areas that are cities where you have something to preserve, such as an MPA. I think that's a very special environment that maybe it's worth having a close look at and seeing what could come out as recommendations to these spaces, as transferability tools to these spaces. So that's a little bit what we hopefully would get towards the end of the project, and having something more permanent after it. With that, I think I don't want to close because we have some nice markets. So I think we will have some dynamic things still for the people that are here. For the people that are online, I hope it was useful for you. Again, we thank you a lot for staying with us until Friday that late, but we would need to close, so you will miss the interactive marketplace, but you can check on social media what we did. Thank you a lot, and we go further for the market, and goodbye to the online participants. Thank you.